Hey, how's it going? Everybody doing okay? All the audio stuff going okay? How are you all on this fine Wednesday afternoon / evening? I would be doing a hell of a lot better if I wasn't stuck with 5 of these fucking horns in order to get the frog suit. The fate popped at like 1 AM. And nobody was there to do it. So I only got partial credit. I need 2 more horns to get the frog suit. I'm pissed. I fucking hate MMOs, man. Like, just so you guys know, if I get the ping that fate is up in the middle of stream, I will drop everything to go do it. Like, we will be taking a 20-minute detour to go get the damn frog suit. Just, like, warning in advance. We might be mid-cutscene, and I might need to go just like, oh shit, I need to go do this fate to get this frog suit. It's almost like this is a video game or something. Nah, it couldn't be. Yeah, like, the more I've been looking over and thinking about the translation of the civilian dudes at the little lodge here, it just gets worse to me. It just bothers me more. Because I just don't understand. I don't understand what the point of the entire section is, then. In the English. Right? Like... is the point of the story just supposed to be all Garleans are inherently bad and you shouldn't be trying to save them? You shouldn't be trying to help them? It was a bad idea from the start? You should just let them all, like, starve and burn? Is that the point of the story? Like, the whole act of humanizing the enemy is sort of a pretty classic one in fiction. You know, you've got, like, the entirety of the Empire and shit like that have been the quote-unquote villain the entire story. But at a certain point it flips. Because you realize, oh shit, they were, you know, they were just being fully controlled by the Garleans. Or they were being fully controlled by the Asians. You know, they're a bunch of, like, people with a genetic defect to not be able to use mana. Magic. Ether, rather. Man, I'm fucking tired. And then they set up Varus in that one cutscene that they didn't translate properly at all, as basically acting like a scared child in front of you. Like, the whole thing with the Empire is supposed to be a tragedy. It's supposed to be, you know, not good. But they're not all supposed to just be complete monsters. Because that's boring. And I can only assume it's gonna get worse. Anyway, let's begin.
Alright,
so you wanna, like, trade for some ceruleum?
嘘だろ、真の宝章の奴らが、そんなに簡単に派遣団を受け入れて、頼ってきたってのか
Yeah. Like, this is the point here. He says, wait, no way, like those, like the people from Servant's Reward, or whatever I went with for this again. Like, just, you know, accepted help from the contingent just like that?
あの生粋のガレアン人たちが、なあ、まあ、リキニアには病気の妹がいるそうだし、背に腹は変えられなかったってことか。
Yeah, it's like those pure, you know, those pure, like, pure blood Garleans. Well, you know, Dikia, like, has a sick sister, and, like, you know, apparently, you know, then not being able to get enough to feed her. You know, well, actually, no, that's like, oh wait, no, never mind. That's a figure of speech, being like, you know, you got no choice, I think. I'm still in wake up mode as well.
病気の妹？あそこにいたのはリキニアと大人の男性が3人だったけど。
The sister? You know, the only people there were Dikia and, like 3 adult men.
とすると、ついに亡くなっちまったのかな。この環境じゃ、そうそう治療もできなかっただろうし。
In that case, I guess, you know, like she ended up passing away. You know, good things as are would be hard to treat her.
ひとまず、青リン水は分けてやるよ。あいにく、すぐに渡せるのは、ボトル1本分程度だが、ひとまず暖房を動かすくらいはできるはずだ。
Okay, let me, like, divvy out the ceruleum. Unfortunately, all I can give you right now is 1 bottle. That should be enough to get the heating going.
派遣団への紹介料ってことで、お代も結構。さ、持って行ってやってくれ。
You know, like, consider this like an yeah, like, this is an introductory price. You know, it's like, thanks for introducing us to the contingent.
「秘密にされたままの妹。なんだか嫌な予感がするわ。急いで戻りましょう。」
Yeah, we're getting paid for... They're giving it to us for introducing them to the contingent. Yeah, oh, you know, sister, she kept secret. I got a bad feeling about this. We gotta go back. So I'm assuming this is either, like, the whole MK Ultra Sleeper Agent thing going on, or they don't actually trust you yet. Also, you know, changing that one guy and really all of them to just be like complete assholes was bad, but changing it from the guy saying that Varys is still alive and does talk to them through the radio to saying that he believes that Varys is still alive and believes that he talks to them through the radio is probably the, in terms of storytelling, is the worst sin. They're just like, they are absolutely infatuated with making things vague when they don't know what's going on. It's clearly a crutch. I don't see anybody. There doesn't appear to be anybody here.
オレオ、何か変よ、静かすぎる。
Something's weird. It's too
東屋
quiet.
にも誰もいないわ。アルフィノが残って手当てを続けてたはずなのに。
There's no one at the gazebo, the like little pavilion thing, whatever. Yeah, Alfino was there. He should have been looking after them. Or you should have been, treating them.
私、建物の中を見てみる。あなたは庭で誰かいないか探してみて。
Patch, you're not gonna get me to do. I'm too tired to do a fucking Nanigatsuki. If I was a little bit more, if the caffeine had kicked in a bit faster, I would have been able to do one a bit quicker here. Also, hold up, actually. So, speaking of, like, this is only tangentially related, but I was watching, while I was doing Metaphor to get the Metaphor script, which we're doing a back-to-back stream tomorrow and Friday for Metaphor. I was watching, Okayu play The Hunter Call of the Wild, and I learned that moose in Japanese is herajika. And I am incredibly surprised that when I searched Meherajika, only like one thing showed up on Google. I need to keep this pun in my back pocket to use at... Literally, I will never have a time to use it, but it's too fucking good. It is too good. I will not explain. Patch gets it. Yeah, I'll take a look inside the building, look around in the, yard, see if you can find anybody. Even more Garleans out in the yard. Garlean is under siege. Under lockdown. Uh-oh.
Huh.
What happened here? Sleeper agents.
戻ったのだね。裏手にある荷物を運んでほしいと頼まれて、ここへ案内されたところで、強襲されたんだ。
You didn't expect that reference? Dude, every time we played GTFO, anytime we see, like, this door under emergency lockdown, I still can't believe that guy got arrested. It's always the people you most expect. Like, it's crazy to me that him and Viper were both, like, the exact same thing. You're just like, huh? You know, in retrospect, that makes perfect sense, honestly. I feel like we all probably should have seen this coming. You're back. Yeah, so... if you were playing in Japanese, these characters doing this would be weird. You would have the inclination that they were going to do something like this because of What's-Her-Face being way too specific with asking about, like, your base and stuff, which they didn't actually translate properly. But these guys didn't come off as hostile at all. Like, one of them came off as mildly hostile. The rest of them seemed genuinely grateful. You're back. Asked me to, like, carry some supplies. Was back here and let me hear and then attacked.
大丈夫。私の怪我は大したことないよ。彼らをどうにか傷つけずに止めなければと思って自分の身をうまく守れなかっただけだ。
Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine. I wanted to stop them without hurting them. I just didn't do a very good job of protecting myself.
くそ。情けをかけたつもりか、蛮族め。
Shit, you're trying to, like, show us, like, you're trying to show us, like, mercy, you fucking barbarian.
派遣団なんて名乗ったところで、所詮は野蛮な侵略者。混乱に乗じてガレマルドを占領しに来たのだろ
う。You're calling yourselves a contingent, but you're like barbarian invaders. You're taking advantage of the chaos here to invade Garlemald, to occupy Garlemald. Would this be an appropriate use of savage? Yeah, savage. Like Yaban. Actually, yeah, savages is better than barbarian for Yaban, probably. Because Bonzoku is more like barbarian, Yaban is a bit more like savages, uncivilized. There. Savages. Yeah. Man, why do all of the villain songs have to go so hard? Yeah, they definitely don't use it all the time, at all. It's definitely saved for moments like
お前
this.
のような子供が助けたいと言えば、私たちが本気で信じると思っていたのか、ゲスどもめ。
ゲスどもめ。Okay. You think if a child like you says they want to save us, we would think that we would believe you? Gesu domome really is like calling someone, beneath you, like a... It's not really peasant. If you said peasant here, you're kind of an idiot, because they're not. This works in Japanese, but I'm not quite sure what you would do in English. You might just say barbarian here again.
異民族の考えなどお見通しだ。私たちを捕まえ、虐げ、貶めようとしている。根絶やしにして土地を奪おうと狙っているのだ。
Again, Iminzoku is... I'd probably just go with foreigner here, because what he is explicitly saying I would go with foreigner here because he is just explicitly saying like anyone who is not Garlean. Like we can see right through what you foreigners are thinking. You know, you want to like capture, oppress, and you know, look down upon us. Like, and then once we're all, you know, dead and gone, you want to, you know, steal our land away from us.
違います。我々は決してそんなことは望んでいない。
And no, that's, you know, we never. That's not what we want at all.
二人ともちょっとまずいことになってるかもしれないわ。
The two of you, this, yeah, it's we got a bit of a problem. Oh no, is Dikia going to? Are they going to like? They might be going with a. They would rather kill themselves than get captured
建物の
situation.
中にあったのよ。薬の空き瓶、それもまだ使って間もない様子のものが。
Yeah. Yeah, inside the building, yeah, empty medicine bottles looked like it had just been used. Bottle of medicine looked like
さ
it's
っき
been
ま
used.
でここに病気の子がいたんだわ。私たちには隠してたリキニアの妹が。
Yeah, there was a sick child here until just now. She hid at us. She hid her away from us. Ika's sister.
だけど、二人の姿がどこにも見当たらないの。建物の中はもぬけの殻よ。
Yeah, but I don't see any signs of them anywhere. The building is just, you know, completely emptied out.
ねえ、あの子たちはどこに行ったの？
Where did the two of them go?
は、尋問でも何でもするがいい。私は絶対に同胞を売ったりはしないぞ。
Yeah, you know, interrogate me, do whatever you want. You know, I'll never sell out my countrymen.
そんな話をしてるんじゃないわよ。
That's not the point here. That's not what we're talking. Yeah, that's not what this is. Like this hanashi is like pretty much it's pretty equivalent to Koto. Like just that isn't what we're doing here right now.
あれだけたくさん空き瓶が転がってればわかるわ。こんな状況の中でも大量の薬を持ち出さなきゃならない症状だったんだって。
Wait a second. Yeah, okay. You know, like with that many like bottles of medicine, it's obvious. Like, yeah, even in, you know, in this situation, it took like even with how things are going, it took a massive amount of medicine. And then pretty much like the condition has to be really bad.
敷地の外に出したんじゃないでしょうね。
Like their symptoms have to be incredibly bad. You know, someone as a child as sick as that isn't going to last very long outside. Well, rather no, this is like you wouldn't seriously like have someone like that go out there.
外には猛獣だって徘徊してる。 襲われたら、ひとたまりもないわ。
Yeah, there's wild animals, prowling about, wandering around outside if they're attacked. They won't last a second.
それでもお前たちに捕まるよりはマシだ。
Yeah, that's better than being... Yeah, that's better than being captured by you.
蛮族の魔法を、同胞を葬ってきた忌まわしい術を、身に使われる恐怖、まだ若い彼女たちには、耐え難いだろう。
Yeah, okay. Yeah, like the... Yeah, and this time it's Bonzolku. Like barbarian magic. Like the fear of the same magic. That same dreadful magic that was used to slaughter, our countrymen being used on them. Those girls just couldn't handle that. Yeah, so they do actually think that this was your guys' doing, and that you got some sort of weird magic.
私たちは守らねばならない。お前たちの暴虐から、若き同胞を、地の誇りを。
So we needed to protect them. From your tier, like our like young fellow Garleans. From your tyranny, like it's our pride as Garleans.
そのために、時間を稼いだ。お前たちに、手出しされることを、甘んじて受け入れたのだ。
And that's why we bought time. Uh, お前たちに手出しされることを Bro, I need to wake up a bit. あ、マジで受け入れたのだ? I don't know why I'm blanking here, man. I didn't sleep great last night. When I see like a ni sareru form here, my brain is just kind of spinning. For some unknown reason. Okay, let me go to the next line for a second. Nah, shit. I might be wrong there, but I'm fairly certain that that's... I'm actually not fairly certain. Yeah, passive causative is a pain in the ass. I can tell immediately, like, this is something that... It's an added layer of abstraction that always gets me whenever I'm, like, particularly tired. Because you kind of bounce back and forth in, directionality. It's not actually, but it's somewhat similar to getting hit with, like, a double negative. Give me a second here. This is something that I need to do to wake up. I'm pretty sure that was just like we bought time, right? Pretty much it just came down to we bought time. We let you, you know, think that you were doing, you know, you had the upper hand, right? Oh. Oh my god. What? No, 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 no. I just checked the English here. Holy. Okay. So, we got to get through this next all final line. Yeah. Character Dave, all I say. And let's look for Nikia and her sister.
もう一度会って何をしてあげられるかはわからない。それでも表現を逃げ回っているのだとしたらあまりに危険だ。
Yeah, you know, we have no idea what we'll do if we, like next time if we can find her, but it's too dangerous for them to be, you know, out running away through that ice field. The English here? Ahem. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find him, but find them we must. Why does Alfino turn into Yoda at the end there? So, one, what the fuck do you mean keep their purity intact? That's not the way you should word that whatsoever. That's clearly intentional, by the way. Go fuck yourself. That is not even remotely close to a reasonable read here. And then you turn him into Yoda. I hate it here, man. I hate it here so much.
"私は彼らにしばしの眠りを、その後に君たちを追いかける。
That seems weird, but I'm assuming that he just means, like, you know, I need to treat them, and then I'll follow after you guys.
アルフィノ。
What if you know?
わかったわ。先に探してる。
Okay, we're gonna go look for them.
行きましょう。真の宝章の出入り口は一箇所だけ。そこに何か手がかりが残っているかもしれないわ。
You know, entry to the servant's reward. There has to be some sort of trail left behind. Footsteps.
見て、まだ真新しい足跡があるわ。二人分、敷地の外に向かってる。
Yeah, look, there's still footprints, two sets, heading
小さ
out.
めの足跡だし、きっと力ニアたちのものよ。とにかく辿っ
And
てみ
these,
るのが
you know,
良さ
small
そうね。
footprints. It's definitely he and her sister. We should follow them. Also, the setup for this was a lot more subtle in the Japanese because instead of immediately having Bikini, whatever her name is, say like, oh, you savages, you did this. You absolutely 100% did this. You did this to us. She posed it as a question. She said like, oh, wasn't the, you know, destruction of Garlemald like a spell that you all used?
足跡が湖に続いてる。
And you go,
き
no,
っと
no,
彼
it
女た
wasn't
ちも気づい
actually.
て、跡が残りにくいように氷の上を行くことにしたんだわ。
Footprints lead to the lake. Must have decided to go out on the ice so they wouldn't leave footprints behind.
けど、やっぱり獣が徘徊してる。ただでさえ
There's
も
a lot
歩
of
きにくいの
wild
に、
animals
病気
around.
の子を連れて通り抜けるのは無謀よ。
You know, let alone bring them out. Like, just having them walk around like this, bringing a sick child out here is just too reckless.
じき、アルフィノも合流するでしょうけど、1秒だって惜しいわ。手分けして、2人の足取りの手がかりがないか、
Alvino
探
will
し始め
be
まし
here
ょう。
soon, but we can't waste even a second. Okay, split up. Look for any signs of them. Oh god, it's a huge area to search. Yeah, I mean, the setup that they've been doing really since, like, they gave you the backstory for Garlemald is setting up the Garleans as basically, like, frightened children. Like, their entire culture works on the fear of being on the persecuted side again. You're not wanting to go back to that. And so they're very paranoid. You know, they've been told that everybody else is out to get them, etc., etc. Very purposefully. I'm going to assume that they're going to be, like, under these pipes or something. Yeah. Oh, blood. That's not good.
まだ真新しい血痕がある。この量と飛び散り方からすると、
Yeah, I
誰
mean,
かが
they
ここで
did
致命
talk
的な
about,
傷
like,
を
you
負った
know,
ようだ。
the pride of their Garlean blood, but yeah, new bloodstains based on the, like, yeah, the quantity and the splatter. Someone that suffered a fatal wound here.
リキニアたちが獣に襲われたのかもしれない。
And
結
Pia
婚
might
は
have been
点々と
attacked by
南
an
東の
animal
方
here.
角へ続いている。
Ah, that's where we're going. Well, I mean, saying keep their purity intact about a... That's just, like, completely fucked. Yeah, and there's the radio.
救助を試みたが反応がない。二人ともすでに事切れているようだ。
And you try to like... To help them, but there's no response. They've hardly passed away. Wow! Wow! The, notice the Japanese here says that you try to help them, but they don't respond. The English just says the two bodies are already cold. 二人ともすでに事切れているようだ。The two of them have already passed away. They're literally dehumanizing these characters in death. Actually go fuck yourself. Do you see the posing of these characters? And you're just gonna put that as the two bodies are already cold? Genuinely go fuck yourself. Like, you're... Pieces of shit, man. They got rid of you saying that you try and help them. Yeah, and then the radio. Clearly there's some form of, like, mind control here. There's some form of magical suggestion going on. Yeah, there's blood sitting there. They're probably attacked by... They're probably attacked by some sort of animal. Yeah, no. No way. Why?
私たちは化け物よりも
So, this works so much better in Japanese because you can drop. You can trail off like this. You can do this as a sentence fragment. They don't say... He doesn't say exactly what. Like, the Japanese here is just like, we, you know, to them, we're, like, more than monsters, but not like we're... This is like, yorimo kowai, or something along those lines, right? Like, we're more terrifying. Like, they're more scared of us than of monsters. Damn. Yeah, see? ああ、怖がらせた。This is so hard hitting in Japanese. This doesn't... It's not quite just, you know, sorry for scaring you. It's like... I think I might go with more of a, like, statement of fact here. Like, you know, you were... It's like you were terrified of us. I'm so sorry.
Teを貸してくれるだろうか。彼女たちを隠れ家へ連れて帰りたいんだ。
Can you help? Yeah, we have to bring them back to their, you know, to their refuge. So they're hiding.
私たちが弔ってもいいの？
Again, it's like, yeah, is it all right for us to, you know, to mourn them? Right? Like, should we be the ones to do that?
わからない。でも、ここは風が冷たすぎるよ。
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know. Yeah, like the wind here is just too cold. Hey, maybe we should be looking into that radio thing.
「この装置については私も聞いたよ。バリス艇の声がここから聞こえることがあるとか。
I heard about this machine. And it said that you can hear Lars's voice through it.
あり得るはずがない。けれど事実、力ギアたちはこれを持ち出そうとしていた。何か考えがあったのだと思う。
Yeah, it can't be possible, but yeah, Dia and her sister were you know, took it with them. There must have been some sort of reason.
Daから少しの間だけこれを貸してほしい。
Yeah, so yeah, I'd like to borrow this for. Could you let us borrow this for just a little while?
私たちが君たちにとって何であるのか決して忘れない。忘れないからこそ探し続けていきたいんだ。
You know, like we'll never forget what we are to you. You know, like you were scared of us. You know, and you know, that's why we won't stop searching.
君たちの大事な同胞や友達がこれから先雪原のただ中で凍えずに済む方法を
Ah, this is gonna be awkward. But we're going to keep searching. Oh. Where's Lucky? Ah, this is probably like, we'll keep searching. For a way to... Ah, it's like so that, you know, no more of your beloved, like, countrymen and friends who have to freeze in the snow.
「私たちはどうすればよかったのかしら」
What should we have done?
手当てをしなければよかったの？それとも彼らを助けに来たこと自体が。
Should we have not tried to help them, or... Or it's like, is... like... coming here to try and help them itself the thing that, you know, got them killed. Also, the name of that quest was like, you know, true Garlean. Yeah, like frozen rejection.
この後のことなのだが、一度、キャンプブロークングラスに戻ろう。
Okay, let's go back to Camp Broken Glass.
まだ建物の中で眠っている、テイと市民たちは、別の誰かに保護してもらった方がいいと思うんだ。
And the real citizens sleeping in the building, I think it'd be like better if someone else takes care of
それ
them.
から、この件をルキア殿に共有したい。生き残りを見つけた場合には、接し方に注意を払うよう通達してもらわなければ。
If we find any surviving, if we find any more survivors, you know, like, people need to be informed that they need to be incredibly careful with how they treat them.
行こう。進まなければ、ここで終わってしまうのだから。
Yeah, it's... Well, I mean, the whole backstory for Garlean is... And the whole point of that previous song, right, was... I'm trying to remember what the exact name of it was. But it was a very negative name to the song in the Japanese. Like... The song was about them being pushed away into the frozen north, and, you know, it's like a sad, mournful song about hopefully one day being able to get their home back. So the whole thing works on fear. This would be a lot clearer if Varus's big cutscene with the leaders of Eorzea was actually translated properly when he first showed up, because he really, like, breaks down in describing the Garleans as, like, pathetic, weak, fearful. You know, they were forced away into a frozen wasteland, taken over and controlled by Ascians. They're pathetic puppets. Now, how bad is it so far? Real bad. Real bad. Yeah, let's go. You know, if we don't keep moving forward, like, this will be the end of it. Like, this will be how this all ends. Like, you know, you can't let it end like this. You know, it's not a huge line, but just the changing of, like, removing that you try and help the two of them, and then just describing them as the bodies are already cold. Like, that's not impactful. That's just like, you don't even want to humanize them when they're dead.
よければ君からもルキア殿。
そうだ、タッパーズ殿での約束のことも伝えておく。
Yeah, we need to tell them about the
二
promise we
人
made
か
at
ら
Tapper's
ネブ
End.
ラーな表現での生存者捜索を終えたと聞いた。そして何か大事な報告があるとも。
I heard from two of you. Were searching for survivors, and they put on a ice field, and you have an incredibly important
聞か
report
せ
to
て
make.
もらっていいだろうか。
And please let me know what happened.
一切承知した。
Isai Shochi. I understand. That is just I understand, but it's like a militaristic version.
生存者を発見した場合の対応についてより慎重を期してもらおう。
And we'll distribute this information with the other squads and let them know to be extremely cautious when interacting with survivors, if any are found. Do I dare look at the English for... Oh, yeah, no, so... Yeah, that bit? Yeah, they fucked that one up too. I feel like I should pull that one up. So, if you'll remember, the lines for this in Japanese were like, you know, they were more scared of us than monsters. And then, you know, I'm sorry. Like, you were terrified of us. I'm so sorry. Instead, they went with safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... I don't think you have human emotions. Like... Trust in our magic. Yes, that's the issue here. It's Blake. What? The fuck was that? I got there's some sort of like Twitch stream alert that I never turned off or something. Wait, but I don't even have alerts on. How the fuck is that going? What? I don't think that came through on stream. It played for me. Now it just sounded insane. I have no idea what that actually was. If somebody did something, let me know in chat so I can thank you or whatever. Ah. That spooked me. I got jump scared. Yeah, fucking Streamlabs. The thing is that I don't even have Streamlabs, like, enabled in the scene. Like, I don't have Streamlabs alerts, but it's still played. Very strange. Anyway.
帯の宝書で眠っている方々については後ほど私が保護に向かいます。同じガレアン人として少しは気を許してくれるかもしれない。
For the ones resting in the servant's reward, I'll head out to take care of them. As a fellow Garlean, they might be more relaxed around me.
頼みます。力ギアたちのことについても伝えられそうだったらどうか包み隠さずに。
And yeah, it's like if you, yeah, about Dikia, you and her sister, like if you can, if it seems like you can tell them about what happened, you know, don't hide it from them.
申し訳ない。キコーラに辛い思いをさせてしまったの。
Yeah. 辛い思いをさせてしまったな。Is there even equivalent for this in English? I think, though, the important thing with these sort of lines, this is more along the lines of, even though she is technically saying this as though she is the one who did it, in English, this is far closer to saying, like, I'm so sorry. Like, you shouldn't have had to have gone through that.
辛かったのは私たちじゃないわ。
We're not the ones. Yeah, we're not the ones, you know, in pain. Here.
でもありがとう。
We're not the ones
大
suffering
丈夫だ
here.
から他のみんなの状況を教えてもらえる？
But thank you. So, could you tell us about, you know, everything else that's been going on?
だったら私から今しがたルキアたちにも報告したのだけれど、九段の民衆派のテンパード化を直すことができたわ。
Okay, then, you know, let me begin. I just told Lugia Maxima, but we've been able to cure the tempered, you know, some of the tempered populares.
彼らから話を聞けたおかげで少しは見えてきたわよ。テートがこの惨状になった経緯がね。
And thanks to what they've told us, we've come to a bit better of an understanding of how exactly the Imperial capital came to be like this.
知っての通り、バリス帝が急逝した後、新皇帝に名乗りを上げたネルワと、それに反対する人々によって内戦が引き起こされたの。
As you know, after Emperor Varus' sudden death. A civil war broke out between Nero, who was attempting to position himself as the new emperor, and those who opposed him.
帝都を舞台としてネルワ派である第三軍団
ネルワ
と反対派の刺客である第一軍団が激戦を繰り広げたわ。
Okay. Yeah, like with the Imperial capital as the stage, Nerva's 3rd Legion and the opposing 1st Legion, like a fierce struggle broke out between the two sides.
だけど、普通なら自分たちの都で戦ったりしない。それは森に住まう者が木々を汚すのと同じ。誰にとっても忌むべき行いだ。
Yeah, however, ordinarily they wouldn't fight in their... Yeah, they wouldn't fight within their own capital. Yeah, just like, you know, like for the people of the forest to like, defile the trees, you know, such a thing would be abominable to all of them.
なのに戦の火の手が上がってしまったのは、きっかけがあれば弾けてしまうほど敵意や怒りが蓄えられていたかららしい。
Yeah, however, you know, like the flames of war rose, you know, so rapidly because, like, due to like anger and hostility had like built to the point where like the slightest spark would set it off. Something like that. That barely made sense, I think.
ギムリドでの戦いを覚えているだろうか。
I think you would have to flip that.
あの時、バリス帝は早々に戦場から退いた。
Yeah, do you remember the battle in Gimrit? At that time, Emperor Varus, yeah, made a quick withdrawal from the battlefield.
皇太子ゼノスは死亡しており、異形が肉体を操っている。そんな噂が流布されたことで、政敵であるティトゥスとその息子ネルワが非難を強めてきたからだ。
Oh, we're getting imperial politics backstory. Okay. You know, the crown prince Xenos has died, and then, like, Abomination is puppeteering his body. That rumor had spread, and yeah, and led to like his, you know, the political opponents, Titus and his son Nerva, like increasing their criticism of the regime and of like
実際エリリブスがゼノスの体を操っていた頃よね。
Yeah, so that would so yes, that was when Elidibus was controlling Xenos' body.
ああ。だが、ティトゥスたちによる糾弾は真実にたどり着くことなく、早急に収束してしまった。
Yeah, okay. Yeah, like the criticism from Titus Titus and others were quickly resolved without the truth ever being reached,
運
brought to
動の
light.
資格だった者たちが次々と消えていったからだ。
Yeah, look, they were
左
getting
遷さ
they're
れた
getting
者だけで
disappeared.
なく、不可解な急死を遂げた者までいたらしい。
Because the leaders of this campaign started disappearing one after another. There were those who were removed from their post, and also those who mysteriously died very suddenly.
おそらくエリディブスがうまく立ち回ったのでしょうね。いずれの件もバリステが直接関与したという証拠はなかった。
Yeah. Most likely, Aldous played his part perfectly. There's no direct evidence linking Emperor Varus to either side.
だとしても
Into either
得
case.
しているのが誰かを考えれば、ティトゥスとネルは彼らの要する第三軍団がバリステによ
Or
る
like
粛
in
清だと
any
捉
of
えたのは
the
無理
incidents,
からの
rather.
話よ。
It wasn't either, it's just any of them. Okay. Yeah, however, it's, when thinking about who benefited from this, it's no surprise that Titus, Nerva, the Third Legion, saw this as a, purge conducted by Emperor Varus. Succès that. Yeah! Purge!
そうして彼らが怒りを募らせる中で、バリステが暗殺された。
As their anger, as their rage mounted, Emperor Varus was assassinated.
実行犯として名が上がったのはガイウスたちよ。
And it was it was Gaius who became known as the perpetrator.
けれど、直後にネルワが行為の後継者に名乗り出たことで、バリステの直属だった第一軍団は、ティトゥス・ネルワ派が仕掛けたクーデターだと捉えたの。
Yeah, however, when Nerva came, came forward to place a claim upon the throne, the First Legion, directly under Emperor Varus, saw it as an attempted coup d'état.
「先に剣を振り上げてきたのは相手だと考えていたわけだね。
Yeah, so they both believed that the opposition had struck first.
加えてどちらにもそのタイミングで多額の資金提供があった。双方、今戦えば相手を潰せるという目論みだったでしょう。
In addition, both sides received at that exact time received a large amount of funding. And both sides most likely believed that if we attack now, we can crush the opposition.
第三軍団にブルトゥス家からお金が流れてるって話は前に聞いたと思うけれど、第一軍団にも
Yeah, we heard that like money was flowing from the Brutus house to the Third Army. Like well, it's like the Third Legion was getting funding from the Brutus house, but what the First Legion was getting funding as well.
ええ。そして民衆派が調べたところによれば、いくらかの組織を経由してはいたものの、第一軍団に資金を流したのもブルトゥス家だったようです。
According to what the Populares were able to learn, like filtered through like multiple shell organizations, the Brutus family was like distributing funds to the First Legion.
ファダニエル。
Daniel.
朝日になりすました彼に両軍団とも乗せられたのか。
Daniel, like, so while impersonating Asahi, like he was playing both sides.
そうして戦闘が始まり、数日が過ぎた夜のこと。治療した民衆派の同志によれば、爆発のような衝撃を感じたと。
So then the fighting began, and after a few days had passed, like on a night after several days had passed, according to the like populares that we've treated, they all felt like a shock, like an explosion.
そこで記憶が途切れ、マグナ・グラキエスで我々と戦ったことも全く覚えていないそうです。
Like then their memories end, and they have no recollection of fighting against us at Magna Gracias.
ただ、魔道場を改築したことについては、夢の中でバリス帝の命令を受けた気がすると言っています。
However, regarding the like reconstruction, the rebuilding of the Magitech Castle, they all feel like they've said as though they felt like they received orders from Emperor Varus within their dreams.
ガレマールの意向を世界に示さん。バブイルの塔を築き上げよ。
I'm sorry, it's actually the Tower of Babel. It's actually the Tower of Babel. Well, I mean, Babuiru. Okay. What's the... So, yeah, no, in the Japanese katakana for Babel would just be Baberu. Baberu no to. So it's not that, but it's clearly Tower of Babel, so it's Babuil. That's not a very good... That's not a great name. I'm not gonna lie, but if they've got it there... I mean, Babuil? That sounds really bad. I'm not gonna lie. Hang on. But I can't look it up is the problem, because I'm gonna get spoiled. Like, I want to look up, you know, people in Japanese asking, why is it Babuiru and not Babel? Like, that's what I want to look up here. I want to see what, like, native Japanese speakers have to say about what the difference here is. And, like, why they went with that. Yeah, I want to know, but I can't look it up in Japanese, otherwise I'm gonna get spoiled. Ah. Like, the majesty of Garlemald must be shown to the world. We must build the Tower of Bobwheel.
いないはずのバリスの声。
We must construct.
それって
Varus's voice, that's...
君たちにも見てもらいたいものがある。実は
There's something we'd like you to look at, actually. Yeah, so... I'm assuming the radio is the method by which they're doing a lot of the tempering here.
This radio from Ballisteの声が録音されたものでないとしたら確かに不可解ですね。
Emperor Varus's voice coming from the radio? You know, from this radio, if it's... And not something that was like... If it's not already pre-recorded, that would be mysterious. It would be mysterious and inexplicable.
あら、同意見のようね。
Seems like we have the same idea.
もらったゴフとその装置に使われている鉱石、すごく似たエーテルを帯びているように感じるんだ。
Yeah, this talisman and the like ore, the crystal used in this device have a very similar ether to them.
Oh,
so it's the opposite.
その装置でもある程度はエーテル放射を遮断できるのではないかしら。
Huh. Yeah, that appears that way to me as well. It's most likely not intentional, but it appears as though that device, like, can block etheric radiation to some extent. Yeah, so they were only like half tempered then. You know, they were only partially fucked up.
だとしたら、そうね。さっきの話にあった爆発のような衝撃を感じた夜に、ガレマルド一帯にエーテル放射があった。
Yeah, in that case, then, I see. Yeah, on the night where they felt that, you know, shock wave like an explosion, there was a like massive amount of etheric radiation released throughout Garlemald.
多くの人は精神汚染を受けたけれど、ラジオのそばで戦況を聞こうとしていた人だけが助かった。なんて真相だったのかもしれないわ。
Most people would have been, like, yeah, mentally contaminated. However, like those attempting to like find out the situation, like keep themselves informed about the war, were saved. That appears to be like the truth of the matter.
だから力ニアたちはこれを。
That's why they took it with them.
お話中すみません。
Sorry to interrupt.
警備中に私たちが運び込んだ物資を持ち出そうとしている帝国兵らしき方を見つけました。テンパードではないみたいです。
Yeah, during security rounds, we found someone who appears to be an Imperial soldier, attempting to take to steal our supplies. He doesn't appear to be tempered, however.
戦いになりかけたのですが、マグナイさんがどうにか止めてくれて、今は外で待機してもらっています。
Yeah, it seemed like he was about to turn into a fight, but Magni somehow stopped him. Managed to stop him. We're waiting outside for your orders.
行ってみよう。
Okay, let's go.
彼が
He's him?
これを
Garlemald.
恥知らずの売国どめ。
Yeah, you shameless traitors.
Lucia Unius イシュガルドの神殿騎士だ。
Ooh.
機構は
I like that that's put into quotes. I'm Lucia Unius, a knight of Ishgard. And you are? She put some emphasis on
ユルスピル
Ishgard.
ノルバヌス。それ以上侵略者にくれてやる情報はない。
Yuduspir Norbanos. I have nothing else to say to invaders.
ではユルス殿、我々がここにいる目的は侵略ではないことをまずご理解いただきたい。
Now then, Sir Eurus, first of all, I would like for you to understand that our purpose here is not to invade.
デオ
Yeah,
ル
we
ゼ
are not
お
here
よ
as
び東方
invaders.
諸国はテロフォロイと名乗る者たちが招いた混乱と戦っている。ガレマルドの民も同じだろう。
His name is... I mean, he said that his name was like Yuduspir. He's like, yeah, it was Yuduspir Norubanus. Yeah, it's Yudus. Like, this is Julius. Well, it's not Julius would probably be Julius. Julius. Jules? It's probably Jules. Jules. I mean, it's not a nickname, it is just his first name. Yeah, he was in the Eastern... Ew. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, the Eastern Coalition are fighting the chaos brought about by, like, those calling themselves Terraforoi. I'm sure the people of Garlemald are doing the same.
故に苦境に抗う同胞として貴公らを支援しに来た。そのために結成された有志の派遣団なのだ。
Yeah, therefore, as like fellow countrymen facing this crisis, we have come to support you. This is a contingent of volunteers, like, formed for this express purpose.
わかった。私たちを受け入れられないならそれでいい。ただ一つ確認させてくれ。
If you can't accept that or believe us, that's fine. However, there's one thing I would like you to confirm for us.
ちゃんと生きていく当てはあるのか。幽国の軍人である貴公が盗みを選んだほどだ。相当に逼迫した事態だとお見受けする。
生きていく当てはあるのか。Oh, wow. Okay. I get where they're going with this. 生きていく当て. Here we go with the absurdism. ちゃんと生きていく当て. Like, do you have, what is your reason, like, to keep living? This is like a fairly explicit statement of, like, what is your purpose? Why are you, like, what is your goal with your life? You know, like, or rather, you know, do you have, that's not exactly, but it's like, you know, what's your plan to, like, continue living, rather? You could maybe go with, like, how do you intend to live, like, a proper life? I get what she's talking about. It is both a question of, you know, what is your, how do you intend to, like, you know, make a honest living, and also, like, you know, what are you doing and why? Like a patriotic soldier such as yourself. Like, has chosen to steal. You appear to be in, you know, quite a desperate situation.
"必要なものがあれば伝えてほしい。押し付けられたとでも、奪ってやったとでも思ってもらって構わない。
Oh, if there's anything you need, let us know. Like if you or others need to, like, yeah, and it's fine if you were to say that you, like, stole it by force, or you took it by force or stole it away from us. We don't mind. You can save your pride however you want.
お前たちとの関わり方を決めるのは俺じゃない。俺の上官だ。
Yeah, I'm not the one who will decide how to like on any dealings with you. That would be my superior officer.
だから上官と直接話をしてもらう。代表者を出せ。多くても3人までだ。
Yeah, so then, yeah, I'll have you come and speak with my superior officer directly. Bring your representatives, 3 at most.
どうしたものかしらね。乗るって言うなら私たちで。
What should we do? If we're going to take this up, we should be us and...
よければ私とアリゼンに行かせてくれないだろう
Take a
か。
guess. What is like who this is gonna be? I don't know. I don't remember characters' names. Okay. Wait, no, why? No? Okay, if it's alright, could you have Alize and I go with you?
あなた
Or
た
like
ち
have Alize and I go? I thought Alvino and Alize were talking to us. You. No, two
ガ
of
レ
you.
マルドの人々にとっては命と未来をかけた選択なんだ。私たちもちゃんと同じものをかけよう。
Ooh, okay. For the people of Garlemald, this is like a decision, like they're wagering their lives and future. You know, it's like their lives and their future hang in the balance of this choice. And so, like, we'll do the same. That's actually a good diplomatic move from Alvino here. He's saying, like, you know, we'll send out us as, like, young people. I'm assuming what he's going for is, like, we're going to be, you know, we're young. We're, like, the future of our respective nations and everything. Like, we're putting the same wager on the table. We're showing that we're willing to risk our lives in the same way. Interesting.
今度は来ていいって言ってくれてるわけでしょ。願ったり叶ったりだわ。
It's like, yeah, they're giving us an invitation. This is exactly what we wanted. Okay, if you're going, then I'm going with you.
貴公がそういうのであれば異論を唱えるのはやめよう。くれぐれもよろしく頼む。
Yeah, if that's you know, if that's what you're yeah, in that case I won't try and stop you. Please, yeah, be careful. We all have the same coat.
子供2人に傭兵風情か。侮られたものだな。
And 2 children and what, a mercenary? You're looking down on us, aren't you? You're underestimating us, aren't you?
侮らないでいただきたい。彼らは十分すぎるほど我々を代表するに足る者たちだ。
Yet, it is you who is underestimating them. They're more than capable of acting as our representatives.
俺たちの拠点まではしばらく歩く。 武器は返してもらうぞ。
It's a bit of a walk to our base. I'd like my weapons back. I'd like my weapon back. What is
ユル
Maxima
スピ
to
ル
say?
ノルバヌス、ピルは、下級士官に与えられる称号です。かなりお若いようにお見受けするので、優秀な方なのでしょう。
Okay, that's like a junior. Peter is a title given to a junior officer. He seems to be quite young, so he must be quite capable.
加えて、あの黒いコートは、大愛軍団のもの。
Yeah,
彼
and
の上官
that
は
black
かな
coat
り
is
高い階級を持つ方かもしれません。
as
くれぐれもお気をつけて。
identifies him as a member of the First Legion. His superior officer might be quite the high-ranking person. Please be careful.
挽回しようってわけじゃないわ。そんなことしても、リッキニアたちが戻ってくるわけじゃないもの。
Yeah, this isn't
け
like
ど、
a do-over.
私
I'm
は
not trying to
確かに
bring
悲しくて、悔し
the
かった。だからこ
Resistor
そ、
back.
機会をもらえるなら、もう一度ガレアンの人々と向き合いたいの。
But it's sad and frustrating. I want to be able to talk to the people of Garlemald face to face once again.
志願してくれたとはいえ、貴公らに危険な任務を任せてすまない。
I know you volunteered, but I'm sorry for giving you so many dangerous missions.
彼の上官伝との話がどうなるにせよ、貴公らが無事にここへ戻ってこられることを、まず第一に考えて
Whatever
ほしい。
occurs with his superior officer, please keep your own safety as your utmost priority.
君たちが長く戻らないようなことがあれば、サンクレット伝たちも心配するだろう。道中も含めて気をつけてくれ。
Okay, they're setting up. She's saying that Thancred is going to be watching from the shadows here. Yeah, if you don't return, if you aren't back for very long, Thancred will be very worried. Be careful.
じゃあ、行くぞ。そっちの子供も準備はいいな。
All right, let's go.
道
Those
順
kids
は
are
後で
ready to.
他の奴が
Oh,
追っ
crap.
てくることは許さない。その約束が破られた場合は敵対の意思ありとみなし、叱るべき対処をさせていただく。
Yeah, I'll tell you about the route. And for now, just be quiet and until we leave the vicinity. Does the English mention Thancred? Probably. You won't allow anyone else to follow us. If you violate that promise, that trust will treat you as an enemy and take appropriate actions.
承知した。このキャンプにいる者が貴公らを追跡することはない。良き対話
No
が
one
果た
here
さ
in
れる
the
ことを
camp
願ってい
will
る。
follow you. And I hope you can have a productive conversation.
「来たな。これより俺たちの拠点に向けて出発する。
Here, okay, we're
ま
going
ずは
to
北東に
for
直
our
進。
base.
この丘を下る。街道に合流するから、しばらくは沿って進め。大法市街駅まで行くんだ。
Northeast, head down the hill. Okay, highway, he's
先
just
頭
giving
はお
directions.
前たち二人。
Hey, you two take the front.
私がアリゼーン、隣はアルフィノよ。それから彼女が俺を。
I'm Alize. And this is Alfino. Jeez. There's
オ
your
レ
name.
をどこかで聞いた覚えがあるような。
I've heard that name before.
まあいい。とにかくアリゼーとアルフィノが前を行き、俺とお前がその後ろをついていく。
Okay, Orize to Orfino take the front and
大
the
法
two
市
of
街
us will
駅ま
follow
では
behind.
休まずに走れ。道中で武器を抜くのも禁止だ。徘徊する獣は避けて進むように。
Okay, we're going to
質問
run
はない
there
な。大
without
法市街駅に
no
向けて
breaks.
出発するぞ。
Yeah, don't draw your weapons. We avoid any animals along the way. You have no objections to this, I trust. Yeah, no questions. Yeah, let's go. Yep, I'm aware. Okay, let me see if I can grab these, like any of these lines as they come up. You're gonna run right into that bear. Okay, just keep following the road. And this is, pretty rough. Okay, gotta be on the lookout for these animals. Okay. Seems like it's probably that building over there. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the English mentioned Thancred, but they were very specific. They did a very good feint for it in the oh god damn it, they May the Fury watch. God, why do they constantly have people say this shit? So annoying.
よし、ここが大法市街駅だ。少し待っていろ。
Okay, this is the like fourth. Gaeki. Like it's like a some sort of like waypoint set up outside of the city.
追っ手は約束通り誰も来ていないようだな。
Looks like nobody's following us, as promised.
この駅が君たちの拠点なのかい？
Is this station all of your base staging point?
ここはまだ通過地点だ。お前たちの仲間がついてきていないことは確認できた。さらに先へ進むぞ。
This is just a waypoint. And now I've confirmed that you don't have any of your allies tailing us. Let's continue.
おおむね、この駅より北がガレ&モルム区になる。市街地の外縁にあたる場所だ。
Area north of the station is Garland Mortimer
この辺り
District.
になると、青春路線を受けた連中も徘徊している。道中、気を緩めるんじゃないぞ。
Like mentally contaminated are wandering about. Don't let your guard down. Okay. Can I get in there and go talk to these guys?
では、この先の経路を説明する。ここからは
Don't
北東の
need an
方角へ
explanation
線路を右手に
of the
見ながら、道のり自体は
northeast
単純だが、さっきも言った通り、青春予選を受けた連中に襲撃される。
Possibility
や
of
はり
being attacked.
ガレアンである君でも彼らに襲われるのかい？
So even fellow Garlanes such as yourself are being attacked by
あい
them.
つらが判断できるのは同じく心をなくした同類かそれ以外かだけだ。後者なら 誰であろうが容赦はしない。
You know, like the only thing they can tell is whether, like, their fellow, like, mindless, accomplices, you know, partners, or anything else. And they'll
よ
show
っ
no
て
mercy
俺たちは連
to
中を排除しなが
pretty
ら
much just
進
like
む
they
必
they
要
can
があ
either
る。
tell if
だが
anything is
俺を戦うのはお前だけ
they
だ。
don't attack
あと
fellow
の二人
tempered, they
は
attack
武器に
anything
触れ
else.
るな。
Yada yada. Okay, we need to like move forward while dealing with them. You're the only one allowed to fight.
聞けないのであれ
The
ば
other two
拠
of you
点に
don't
は
touch your
連れて行
weapons.
かない。俺がお前たちに殺されるような事態になるとしてもな。分かったなら行くぞ。
If you won't listen to that, I won't take you to the base. Like, even if you kill me. Even if you kill me, I won't let you know where the base is. If you understand, let's go. Alright. Couple of these guys. And we're good. Unless there's another way for them.
なるほど。代表者として選ばれるだけあって腕は相当立つようだな。この先も滞りなく進めそうだ。
Okay. I can see why you're chosen as a representative. You're quite skilled. We'll be able to
許す殿。
proceed without any
派遣団に
delays.
は彼らの状態をテンパード化を治療する準備もある。
Sir Eurus, a contingent has prepared a means of treating their contingent, treating their condition, their tempering.
時間はかかるかもしれないが、倒さずに保護すれば、いずれは元に戻せるはずだ。
Yeah, it'll take some time, but if we can take them into custody without killing them, we should be able to return them to normal.
どうだかな？治療と歌っておきながら、実際はお前たちによる洗脳かもしれないだろう。
You know, I wonder about that. You know, you call it treatment, but it might just be, you know, further... you might just be the ones brainwashing them.
それに、あいつらは、もう、俺たちの同胞じゃない。帝都を破壊し、国の再建を阻むような連中は、とっくに、ガレアンじゃないんだ。
And they're no longer our countrymen. Like those who would destroy the imperial capital and prevent the nation from rebuilding itself are not Garleans.
そう割り切れなかった奴は死んだ。お前たちも生きて交渉の席に着きたいなら甘い考えは捨てろ。行くぞ。
Now all those who have... Yeah, all those who, like, couldn't, understand that have died. If you want to live and, you know, long enough to begin your negotiations, then, you know, give up on that. Let's go. Presumably anybody who has tried to, like, help the tempered people here have gotten killed by him instead.
"安全は確保できたな。このまま線路の内側を進むぞ。
Okay, we're safe, we're alright. Let's keep going, follow the tracks. A lot of these are pretty much the exact line that you would expect. Not a whole ton of surprises. I kind of want to just get to the meat here.
今度は俺が倒しておいた。別に何も不都合はないだろう。
Yeah, I took them out. I'm sure I trust you have no problems with that.
この先は線路が大きく曲がる。俺たちもそれに沿って移動するんだ。
Yeah, the tracks curve up ahead. We follow them. Hey, actual etherite. Sick. The meat's coming, a veritable barbecue. Look, man, if it's anything like the big diplomatic scene with Varus in, was it at the beginning of Stormblood? Then I'm gonna be hype. If you make it to the dungeon unlock tonight, you should stop there. Oh, is that the... Oh, my. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. What the fuck is that? I'm sure we can help them out. I think they'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, they're just grooving, dude. Is that the section that Michael has been talking about for the last, like, year? It's just like a complete fucking travesty. No, that comes later? Damn. I was getting hype.
見ただろ。今のが精神汚染を受けた連中の慣れの果てだ。お前たちはあんな化け物でも元に戻せるっていうのか？
Look at that. If that's what becomes of those who have been mentally contaminated, you know, have had their minds contaminated, spirits contaminated. Yeah, what are you saying, that you can like change monsters like that back to normal?
万神問題においても体の許容量を超えたエーテル放射を受けた信徒が変化を遂
Remember we
げた
did
と
the
いう
Warrior
事
Blood
例
Trial
があ
and
っ
weren't
た。
expecting so huge as that same sort of deal? Alright. Regarding idols, there have been, there are cases of those in which followers have been exposed to etheric radiation exceeding their like capacity, like their body's capacity, and have undergone like extreme physical changes.
私たちの治療法ではその段階にまで至ってしまったものは治せない。
Our treatment cannot cure anyone who has reached that stage.
だろうな。そういう連中がばっこしてる。それが帝都の現状だ。軽々しく救えるなんて口にするな。
You know, people like this, like these things are rampaging through rampaging. That's what the capital is like. You don't just, don't so easily say that you'll save them. Oh, it's underground. So I gotta go underground in order to get that etherite. Please don't be another situation where the etherite is locked. Please.
ここまで来れば、俺たちの拠点は目と鼻の先だ。
From here yeah, basically just stones throw away.
お前たちは、ここまで全ての約束を守った。よって、
And
こ
you've
ちらも
kept
約
your
束通
word
り
up
に
until
上
now.
官のもとに案内する。ついてこい。
As such, I'll lead you to my superior officer as promised. Follow me. Gotta peep the incline on the way down there. But can I peep the horror? Will that be allowed? Oh, dude. Ah, fuck. What station is this reminding me of? Oh, there was a station on the... I didn't take it that often when I was going to Waseda, but... Ah, where was it? Where was it? It was... It was near Takaranobaba, I think. It's giving me big that station vibes. Very descriptive, I know.
この下がテルティウム駅。以前は名前の通り駅として使われていたが、今は俺たちの拠点になってる。
As the name suggests, previously it was used as a station, rail station. Now we're using it as our base.
あの二人は先に降りている。俺は最後に行くから、お前も階段の下で待っていろ。
I'll be last one down. Wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Yeah, there should be like stairs here. There should probably be stairs here. Okay, can I please? Remember again, medieval fantasy game. Medieval fantasy game. Please let me use the aetherite.
交換すべきエーテルが感じられない。機能が制限されているようだ。
Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Oh, yeah, that... Yeah, that's just the child crying for his father. And they're having everybody huddle into the... This is a cool setup. They're using, like, the trains as... buildings. That's tight.
This is their拠点, Tertium 駅.
Their base, the station.
建物は立派だけど、生活はかなり苦しそうね。
It's like the buildings, very, like, well constructed, but it seems difficult to live here. It seems like hard living.
ああ、ユルス殿が派遣団の物資を持ち去ろうとしていたくらいだ。相当に困窮した状態なのだと思う。
Yeah, Eurus was trying to steal supplies from the contingent. I think they're in quite the difficult spot.
現に、ここもとても寒い。真の褒章と同じく十分に暖を取れるだけの青林水が足りていないのかもしれないね。
Particularly, it's still very cold here, much like in Service Reward. Maybe they don't have enough cerulean to keep themselves warm.
あまりじろじろ見るな。ここに帝と市民者が奴がいると分かったら騒ぎが起きかねないからな。
Yeah, that's like, stop staring. If the people here, find out that there's like Garleans here, it'll be a
とにかくまず
problem.
は 上官のところに連れて行く。列車の中、先頭車両だ。
Okay, let me bring you to my superior officer. He's in the, front car of that train. Oh, yo!
下がれ、この者と話している。
という次第で代表者3名を連れてまいりました。
Sir, I've brought with me 3 representatives.
事情は理解した。
Jeez.
話をさせてもらうとしよう。
I don't know about... Maybe this will grow on me a bit, but this does kind of feel like this guy is going about, like, half an octave lower than he can, like, comfortably do. It's a little bit... He's a little bit, like, it sounds like he's chewing his voice a little bit there. It's like... Oh, God. It's like if I was trying to talk all the way down here. All the way... Yeah, no, bro, this is my normal voice. I can totally pull this off comfortably. Oh god, but now that I've done that, it's actually dropped my voice like half an octave as well. Fuck. Fuck. I worked in Blizzard. Yeah, now then, let's talk. And let's hear what they have to say. Let's talk.
こちらがこの拠点を統括しているお方。
And this is the like the supervisor, the leader of this base.
我ら第一軍団が軍団長クイントゥス・バン・キンナ様だ。
Oh. The commander of the 1st Legion, Quintus von Kinna. Lord Quintus von Kinna.
第一軍団のご無事でいらっしゃったのですか？
Man, Alfido is good at this shit. ご無事でいらっしゃったのですか? Yeah, commander of the 1st Legion. It's very hard to say this politely in English, but he is very politely saying that he was unaware that he was still alive.
主を失い、都を失い、兵の大半を失った。この身ももはや一騎当選の働きを幇助することはできぬ。無事とはほど遠いわ。
Maybe something like that. You could maybe say, like, my apologies, I was unaware you were still in acting command. Or something along those lines, maybe. Yeah, it's like this is I or we have lost our emperor, lost our capital. This is like, this is probably I. Like, I have lost, my emperor, lost the capital, lost half of my soldiers. Yeah, and like this body of mine will, and like with my present body, I will no longer like be a force upon the battlefield. Yeah, 無事とはほど遠いわ。Kinna? It probably should be Kinna. I don't know. I don't know. That's like a Latin. You'd have to. It's a Latin thing. I don't know Latin enough, but whatever. So Buji is like alive and well. Yeah, So that's probably what you would go with. I was unaware that you were still alive and well. And then he says, you know, I've lost my emperor, we lost the capital, lost half of my men, you know, and in my present state, I will no longer be a force upon the battlefield. I cannot say that I am well.
Mottomo, そちらにとっては好都合であろうがな。
Though, of course, I believe that would be... Like, that suits your interests quite nicely.
ご気分を害してしまったのならお詫び申し上げます。ですが、私たちに敵意はありません。
Holy. God, Alfio is so good at this. Yeah, if I've caused any offense, I greatly apologize. However, we have no hostile intentions towards you. Like, we harbor no hostile intentions.
Wakaina. 敵意などなくとも利害が生じる限り人は殺し合えよ。
Oh, yeah, you're young. Like, even without hostility, so long as like, so long as it is in one's interest, humans can, like humans are fully capable of killing one another.
Warera Garleon wa yutaka ni minoru kokyo o owareta.
I had no idea you had survived. Great. And we Garleans were chased from our rich, abundant homeland. And even in this frozen north, we had to bear the invasion of outsiders.
魔導兵器は革新的なものであったが、あれもまた主勢にとどまっていれば奪われていたことだろ
う。The Magitech weaponry was innovative, however, if we had stayed on the defensive, that too would have been stolen from us.
Yueni Sorte mo Baliste mo Hanto no kakudai o kakage, yori tsuyoi teikoku o mezashita no da.
Yeah, therefore, Emperor Sol and Varus advocated for expansion, for a stronger, for like a overwhelmingly strong, you know, powerful empire.
おっしゃることはごもっともです。それでも私は人を動かすのは利害のみではないと若輩ながらに見てまいりました。
Oh man, we're going very Kegel here. What you say is quite right, however... Even in my youth, I have seen that it is not only, like, one's own interests that causes human action. Not particularly. This isn't actually that ridiculous in terms of Kegel here. Like, it's just very poised.
今回の件にしてもテロフォロイの脅威を前に力を合わせたいという打算がないわけではありませんが、
がないわけではありませんが。Here we go, double negatives. Even in this case, it is not as though we do not wish to, like, join forces in the face of the threat that Teroforoi poses. However,
何よりもあなた方が必要としているのならば協力したいと思った。それでこちらへ伺ったのです。
above all, like, if you are in need, we wished to lend you aid. That is why we have come here.
お前の言葉を疑いはせぬ。
疑いはせぬ。I do not... Yeah, like, I do not doubt what you say.
だが、前線の兵がどれだけ義勇に駆られようが、国家は善意などでは動かない。そこに益なくば、国をなす民を守れぬからな。
Ooh, I like this guy. And no matter how much the, like, soldiers upon the front line are driven by heroism and valor, like, a nation does not move out of goodwill. Yeah, if there is no benefit to them, like, the nation will not be, like, without benefit, like, a nation is not protecting its people, the people that comprise it. You know, he's saying that, like, you might think that what you're doing is right, but nations, governments work for their own benefit. They operate for the you know, out of the interests of those who form them. They don't just do things because it's the right thing to do. That's nonsense.
仮に派遣団からの支援を受ければ、 眼前の脅威が去った後に必ず対価を要求されるだろう。
Yeah. If perhaps we were to accept the aid of the contingent, and once the immediate threat had passed, they would demand compensation.
ガレマール帝国は英語、諸外国に頭を押さえつけられ、額の第三の目は飼い犬の象徴とのそしりを受けよう。
That's brutal. Yeah, the Garlemald Empire will forever be held down. Like, we'll be forced to kneel before, like, the other nations. And that the third eye upon our forehead will be like, will mark us as like dogs. He specifically says kainu. Like, we will be lesser than the third eye will mark us as dogs among them.
そんなことをしようとしたら私は止める。他にも異を唱える人はいるはずよ。良い世界を望む心も決して絶やせないものだから。
That's not gonna convince him, Alize. Yeah, if there were any who would attempt to do so, I would stop them. There will always be those who you know, who disagree. Yeah, but we cannot, like, This is a bit awkward. I mean, she's just saying that, like, we cannot abandon our hope for, like, to create a better world.
って言えるのは、私が実際にそういう人たちと出会ってきたからなんでしょうね。あなたにはざれ言にしか聞こえないかもしれないわ。
Yeah, you know, I can say that I've you know, met people like that, you know. So she's saying that the... Okay, I'm trying to get this to work back together, but it's something along the lines of, you know, like, there will always be people who like, disagree, mock you, but, you know, they never, or, like, mock them, but they never abandon their hope for a better world. I can say this because, you know, I've met people like that. You know, it might seem like nonsense to you, though.
だから信じてとは言わない。まずはあなたが望むかどうかだけ聞かせてください。
Yeah, therefore, I won't ask you to trust me. All I would wish to ask you is, like, you know, the nozomu ka douka here is referring to, like, you know, making a better world, like, so, you know, do you wish For a better world, that's all I'm trying to ask. You know, it's like, what do you, like, want? What do you want the world to be like? That's all we want to ask you.
みんなで乗り越えようとする世界を模索していけないでしょうか。
Yeah, instead of imposing this, like, you know, misfortune on others, would you not want to attempt to build a world where, like, all work together to overcome it?
ガレアンの人々と我々でそんな未来への一歩を踏み出せはしないでしょうか。
Will you not take, like, a step forward, you know, towards this? Yeah, like, can the people of Garlemald and us not take a step forward towards this future? Believe it or not. Okay. That's ridiculous. Yeah. So then. Instead, let me ask you this, you foreigners.
調和を望むのであればなぜガレマールによる世界統治を受け入れなかった。
If you wish for harmony, why would you not accept, you know, a world rule led by Garlemald?
我らがお前たちの神を信じなかったからか。
Is it because we do not believe in your gods?
我らとお前たちの形が違うからか。
Is it because we do not look like you?
お前たちと異なる理想を法を掲げ、異なるものを愛するからか。
Or is it because we have, like, our ideals, laws, like, and that which we love differ from yours?
そうだとも。不和は争いを生み、調和の先に自由はない。誰もを幸福にできる道などないのだ。
Fuck. 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 Yeah, you heard the same one as me, Veg. This works. This works either way. I'm not continuing this bit. God, that's funny though. Okay. Yeah, discord breeds conflict. Yeah, and there is no, like, freedom in... there's no freedom in... I guess that's compromise? There is no way to which There's no, like, path to the happiness of all.
なれば我らガレオンは最後まで自由と誇りのために争おう。私の望みはそれだけだ。
Yeah, and so we Garleans, like, will continue to fight for freedom and pride until the very end. What I want is only that. It appears we're done here. Yeah, we will not, like... Yeah, you will not come to... Like, we don't intend to, like, subject you to senseless violence. Yeah, however, until we have decided what we will... what we must do... Like, you will be in our custody.
抵抗はしません。しかし、滞在する間、ここにいる人々と話をさせていただきたい。
We have no intention of resisting, however, you know, while we are staying here, we'd like to speak with... Yeah, we'd like to talk with the people here. You know, while we... That's as you wish.
翌朝には通したいだ。それでは何の価値もない。
In any case, if we were to lock you up, by the next... Yeah, by the morning you would be frozen, like frozen corpses. There's no there's no value in that.
この者たちに首輪を。
Yeah, give them collars. Yeah, place collars on them. What is?
お前たちには監視をつける。我々の意に沿わぬ行動をとった場合、相応の苦痛を味わうことになるだろ
う。Yeah, you are under surveillance. If you do not comply with our orders, you will experience a suitable level of pain. You know, they're gonna shock you or whatever.
待て、それには近寄るな。
Wait. And don't get... Yeah, don't go any closer to them.
九段のエオルゼアの英雄だ。
That is the hero of Eorzea.
お前たちではそれ自身は封じられまい。妙な動きをするようであれば、双子の装置を作動させろ。
You cannot restrain them. If they attempt anything, however, if they were to attempt anything, yeah, activate the twins' collars.
私たちなら大丈夫だ。
We'll be alright.
こんなの忘れちゃうくらいみんなと楽しく話しましょう。
And you know, let's just go talk to everybody. We'll forget we've even got this on.
なお言うか。何がお前たちをそこまで駆り立てる。
Allow me to ask you once more. Or like that's even now. What drives you so far? Okay, so the top line is referencing Emmett Silk, probably. The 戦いに合うものにも、和解はあると教えられた。Oh wait, no, that's the dragon thing. Like that even those who, like, there's a path towards harmony, reconciliation, even for those who fight. And then the bottom is like when it is coldest, we, you know, should share the fire. I'm gonna go with the dragon thing. Oh no, it was Emmett Silk. I was right the first time. They were talking about Emmett Silk. We were right I was right the first time. God damn it.
わからぬな。名だたる軍団を壊滅せしめた悪鬼でさえ、かような夢見事を吐くか。
Yeah, I just can't understand you. Ah, Aki de sae. Like, yeah, even like a, you know, he's calling you like a demon, a monster, like a monster who, like, destroyed an entire legion, would hold on to such, like, you know, fantasies.
連れて行け。お前が監視役だ。
Take them away. You'll be watching over them. Yes, sir. Hey, am I gonna get to use the... God damn it. I hate it here, I hate it here, I hate it here. Let me use the fucking Aetherite.
私たちのことなら、本当に心配ないよ。これくらいで怯えて投げ出すくらいなら、ガレマルドに来たるべきじゃなかったと、自分でも思うんだ。この地に踏み入って、
like if this is something that would
ここの人々に
if
出
this
会
is something that we were
った彼
scared
ら
of,
に
we never
進
should
ん
have
で
come to
干渉
Garlemald
しよう
to
とし
begin
た。
with.
首輪は、それに伴う責任を見え、
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Oh. A cold gray station.
クイントゥス様の命により、お前たちを監視させてもらう。
Me yori. I love when the TTS says inochi for me here. It's very funny. At the order of Lord Quintus, I
先に
will
言っておく
monitor
が
you.、
俺は首輪を解除するための鍵を預かっていない。 力ずくで奪おうなどと考
Allow
え
me
て
to
も無駄
say.
だ。
Well, let me tell you in advance, I don't have the key to unlock your colors. Don't even think of attempting to steal it by force.
お前たちは本当にここの住民と話して回るつもりなのか？
Yeah, so, you really intend to talk to the citizens here?
クイントゥス殿にも許可はもらったからね。構わないかい？
Yeah, we've received, permission from Sir Quintus. I trust there's no objections.
わかった。テルティウム駅の中でのみ自由に歩くことを許可する。
Okay, you're allowed
た
to
だし
move through.
住民と揉めたり彼らをお前たちの仲間に引き入れたりしようとした場合、相応の処分を受けると思え。
Okay, if you get into an if you attempt to get into a fight with the residents or bring them over to your side, you'll receive
じゃあ
appropriate
それぞれ
punishment.
駅の中を回ってきましょう。大丈夫よ。ここの人たちに許可なく魔法は使わないわ。
Okay, we won't use any magic. Sure.
お前の行動は制限しない。どこへ行くも、もっとも、それによってこちらが不利益をかぶれば、
Okay, you're free
最
to
悪
go anywhere,
アルフ
talk
ィ
to
ノ
people.
とアリゼーが命で贖うことになる。それだけは忘れるな。
Yeah, okay. If you try anything, all say will pay with their lives.
ん、お前、ユルスが連れてきてたやつか。
Yeah,
そ
you're
このエ
here
ーテライ
with
トには
Euris.
触るなよ。どう
I'll
せ
touch
本来
the
の用途じゃ
aetheryte.
使えないしな。
I mean, it can't be used anyway.
ペートのエーテライトは我が国の貴公子たちが作ったものだ。ガレアン人が使いやすいよう、付属の魔導装置で転送を操作できるようになってるんだよ。
Yeah, the Imperial Capital's aetherites were made by our national machinists. Okay, it's they made it so that
今は
Garlands
そ
can
の装
use
置
it.
の動力を生活用の機器に回してる。なもんで、転送装置としては使えないってわけだ。
Allow them to use it. They're using the power from that to divert the power to that to supply energy for the things they need for day-to-day living, so they can't use it to teleport. Okay.
お前は
Oh, yeah, okay,
私
she
は
knows me.
以前第14軍団にいたんだ。ガイウス様の下で魔道場プライトリ
I
ウ
was
ムを
in the
守っていた。
14th Legion, protecting the Magitek Castle under Gaius, Lord
お
Gaius.
前たちが乗り込んできた時のことは忘れられない。私の戦友を打ち倒した女。それが今ではエオルゼアの英雄などと呼ばれていると後日知ったんだ。
I'll never forget the day you all invaded. Or you all marched in. I later learned that the one who killed my comrades in war, my friends in my unit, was called the hero of Eorzea.
わかっているさ。私ではお前にかなわない。だが見ていろ。間もなく彼らがやってくるはず。そうしたらお前なんて。
I know I'm no match for you, however, it looked like they're coming soon. Even you won't be able to. I don't know what she's talking about. There's some other threat that they are aware of. Oh, hey, look, there's a radio.
真の褒章で使われていたのと同じラジオが置かれている。これが彼らを守っているの。サム、誰か。帝国兵らしき青年がうなだれている。見るからに生気がなく、座っているのが、やっとのようだ。
Yeah, it's like he's got no energy, he's slumped down.
お前がエオルゼアの英雄か。よくも まあ、ここで平然としていられるものだな。
Ah, they're the hero of Eorzea? How dare you well. It's like, don't try
これ
anything,
まで
whatever, I'm
お前
skipping.
にやられてきた同胞たちの無念、今ここで、俺が。
Like the pain of all of my brethren that you've killed are here with me.
傷口が、
my injuries,
そう、なんでこんな時にお前と会っちまうんだ。
Why
こ
do I
こ
have
に
to
集ま
meet
っ
you
てるの
now?
は、負傷兵ばかりなんだぞ。
And the only people here
こ
are
んなことに
wounded
なる直
soldiers.
前、我ら第愛軍団と第3軍団の間で衝突があった。軍団長同士が歯を交えることになった。
Okay, yep,
一
we
大
already
決戦だ。
know there's a grave, there was a battle between the 1st and 3rd
ウ
Legion
ェルギリ
Corps,
アの関
whatever.
係に陥り、クイントゥス様は負傷。同様に負傷した兵士たちと共に、大愛軍団が野戦病院として使っていた屋敷に運び込まれた。
Yeah, Lord Quintus was, injured in a trap set by, Viria.
そこで、
Field
あの夜
Hospital.
を迎えたんだ。同様に生き残った者
The
を
quest
集めて
after
い
the
るう
next
ちに
quest or so?
屋敷にもあったラジオが
Oh, hell
我
yeah.
々を守ったらしいと気
Oh, I
が
want to
つい
make that its own thing then. Like, that's the Xenospit, right? Like, the thing is that I don't actually know what the setup for it is, but before I even decided to do the series, oh, no Xenos involved? Ew. Then we were probably talking about different things. It was I think 6 months or a year before I decided to do the series, I saw a bit of a Xenos cutscene where he says something along the lines of I think in English it's a famous line would you feel better if I had a good reason, but the actual line is something along the lines of do you believe that such atrocity can be justified for a noble enough cause? And then if so, if you believe that you can justify this sort of slaughter with, if it's for a noble enough purpose, then you are an animal and deserve to be hunted down as one. Or something along those lines. So they completely fucked that one up. But I only saw those handful of lines from Xenos. I don't know the context of the rest of the scene. But I know something bad happens. Okay, the radio there seems to protect
オ
us.
シ
We
ム
were
ラ
in a
ク
field
は精
hospital.
神汚染を免れたとしても体の傷は治りきっていないということだ。
Even if you can survive the mental spiritual contamination, it's not as though your wounds will
そ
heal.
うでなければこんな苦境に甘んじることもお前を野放しにすることもなかっただろうに。
Okay, if it's if I was okay, I would have. He's saying if I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't be dealing with this bullshit.
どうだい、君の。
How things go on your end?
そうか、私が見た限りでもやはり状況は良くないようだった。
And from what I can see as well, things are
特
quite
に
bad.
ここに集められている傷病者はこの寒さと栄養不足でかなり危険な容体のようだ。
Injured and sick here are in a very dangerous predicament due to the cold and malnutrition.
今の私にできることは少ないが、少しでも何かと思ってこうして声かけをしていたんだよ。
Okay, there's not much we can do. I've been just trying to talk to people, seeing if there's anything
ほ
we
ん
can
の
do.
少し解放するだけでも違うと思うんだ。
I Okay, like, you know, see if you can do anything to help just a little bit. You know, like, help tend to him a little bit.
自分をさすってくれたのはどなたですか？すみません、目がかすんでよく見えていなくて。
Yeah, who's there? Who's like touching me? Yeah, my vision is blurry. I
あ
can't
り
see
がと
very
うござい
well.
ます。優しい人。気が
Thank
弱
you.
ってこのまま死ぬんだと
Very
ただ
kind.
そればかりでしたが。
I've been feeling weak, thinking I'm going to die. That's all I've
資
been.
材は戦えるものに使ってください。彼らの糧に魔導兵器に。
Please use the the supplies for those who can fight. I mean,
大丈夫
well,。
私たちのガレマール帝国
Yeah,
は
it's like, you know,
何度でも
you-
必ず苦難に勝利しますよ。
the Garlemald Empire will always triumph over like our oppression or our hardships. Ugh. Yeah, it's like pretty much just saying they're willing to just die if it means that, you know, fighting
あ
soldiers
ちら
could
の
get
車両にいる者も容体は芳しくないようだね。
okay. People over in that car are in, you know, very bad shape as
オレオ
well.、
私は無理を承知の上でもう一度ここの人々に派遣団からの支援物資を受け取ってもらえないか相談したい。
Yeah, I know that it's, you know, a long shot, but I want to ask them again if they'd be willing to receive relief supplies from the
クイン
contingent.
トゥス殿の懸念をないがしろにするわけではないよ。ただ、大きな思惑がどうあれ、この人たちは苦しんでる。私はそれを拭うために、できることをしたいんだ。
Yeah, we're not trying to you know, make light of Quintus's concerns, but like, no matter like their opinion, whatever, or like, you know, no matter what they think we're up to, these people are suffering. And we want to do whatever we can to
まずは
help.、
ユルス殿と話をしてみよう。もう
Okay,
少しだけ
go.
解
Let's
放
talk
したら、
to Yurus.
アリ勢を連れて戻るよ。
Okay, we're trying to get him to accept relief supplies. I mean, we could draft up a tree, but I mean that wouldn't help that much.
話
Okay, you done talking to them?
ユルス殿、こんな生活がもうずっと続いているのだろうか。食料でも燃料でも補給できたりはしないのかい？
Yeah, has this been... How long has this been going on, pretty much? Like, or do you intend to, like, continue like this? Can you not procure, like, any more food and fuel?
食料はまだ少しある。ガレマルドの
So
家
some
は
amount of food.
どこでも雪が深くなる前に多めの保存食を蓄えておくものだからな。
Yeah, every house in Garlemald has a large store of preserved food for when the snow gets deep.
そういうのを廃墟からかき集めてきたんだ。到底満足のいく量じゃないが、少しずつ配給してどうにか食いつないでる。
You know, we've been you know, scraping we've been collecting that those from the ruins. It hasn't been able to... We haven't been able to supply proper rations, but... Yeah, we haven't been able to like, supply proper, portions, but... Adequate portions, rather, but... You know, through, rationing, we've somehow managed to survive.
だが、燃料は集めてあった青リン水がちょうど数日前に盗まれたんだ。
But for fuel, the beryllium we'd gathered a few days ago was stolen.
犯人はまだ見つかってない。
We
別
still
の場
haven't
所を
found
拠点に
who...
している
We
やつ
still
が
haven't
持って
found
い
the
たのかも
perpetrator.
しれないし、精神汚染を受けた連中の仕業だったのかも。
It may have been like those taking shelter somewhere else, or the act of those who've been
何
mentally
にせよ、
contaminated.
それでほとんど暖を取れなくなって、もともと弱ってた仲間の体調は悪くなる一方だ。
Anyway, in any case, we haven't been able to warm ourselves, warm them up properly. The weak are only getting weaker.
ねえ、私たち青リン水を手に入れる方法に当てがあるの。そこだけでも頼ってもらえない。
Hey, we know how to get more beryllium. Would you let us help with that?
お前たちに借りを作るつもりはない。
And we have no intention of being in your debt.
それに今は補給する手立てがなかったとしても、あと少し持ちこたえれば状況は変わるはずなんだ。
That's the important bit. Even if we can't resupply now, if we hold on for just a bit longer, things should change. Yeah, someone said that, they will come. What's that?
話した奴がいたのか。まあ、お前たちに知られたところで作戦に支障はない。詮索されるのも厄介だし、教えてやる。
There's someone who told you about it. Well, even if you know, it won't it won't serve as a hindrance to the plan. It would be problematic if you were to try and search around for it. So I'll just tell you.
俺たちは精神汚染を受けた連中にフードの男が指示を出しているのを見たんだ。テロフォロイのために働いてもらうってな。
So a man in a hood giving instructions to those who had giving commands to those who had been contaminated. Saying you will now will work for the sake of Teraforoi.
この騒動の主会とおぼしきそいつは作り変えられた魔道場の中に消えていったよ。
That man appears to be the perpetrator of this incident, then disappeared into the reconstructed Magitech
クイント
castle.
ス様はすぐさま信頼できるダイ X 軍団に使者を送った。属州に派遣されている他の軍団と連携してテロフォロイ打倒の戦力を集めようと命じたんだ。
Okay, Lord Quintus sent an envoy to the trusted members within the to the 10th Legion, whom, we can trust. Ordered them to work together with other surviving legions to form a strategy to gather enough force to be able to take down Teroforoi.
その援軍が到着すれば、お前たちなんかの力を借りずともガレマルドを取り戻すことができる。それまであと少しの辛抱なんだ。
Once these reinforcements arrive, we'll be able to reclaim Garlemald without needing to rely on your assistance. So until then, we just need to hold out a little bit longer. Like, this is the heart of the bit here. They're completely unwilling to believe that the Eorzans, anyone else, would be willing to just help the people of Garlemald. That accepting this aid would put them in some form of debt that would then be collected later. You know, they would owe them something, and it would be demanded, like restitution would be demanded afterwards, leaving them in a state of being, you know, subject to the outside forces again.
しかし、ユルス殿、そのあと少しの間に失われる命もあるはずだ。
Yeah, the Japanese here is much more about they're going with a isolation versus unity thing, a willingness to rely on the help of others. Yeah. However, you know, during that time that you need to hold out for, you know, there will be lives lost.
彼らの同胞である君がそれを悲しく思わないわけがない。だとしたらアリゼの言う通り、アオリン水のことだけでも頼ってほしいんだ。
As like, you know, as fellow countrymen, there's no way that you wouldn't like mourn their loss. And so, as they says, I would, you know, at the very least, we would like you to, you know, accept our help with the ceruleum.
「一応クイントゥス様に相談してくる。このままここで待っていろ。
Okay, I'll go speak with Lord Quintus. You all wait here. He's not gonna agree to it.
どうだった？
What did he say?
クイントゥス様の判断は変わらなかった。一人の命を救えたとて、異国に頼ってしまうのは、ガレアン全体の未来を断つことに変わりない、と。
Yeah. Again, Mirai. Keeps getting brought up a lot. You know, Lord Quintus's judgment remains unchanged. Even if it saves a life, relying on foreign nations will like what's the you will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemy. Fuck off. That's not the point. That's not the wording here is very deliberate. Saying even if it were to save one life, relying on foreign nations would like forfeit the future of all of Garlean, like of all Garleans. You know, it's the greater good. It's saying even if it gets, you know, some people killed now, relying on foreign nations will, you know, forfeit the future of all Garleans. You know, it's tantamount to forfeiting the future of all
燃料が
Garleans.
必要ならば、市街地から集めてくるようにとのことだ。俺の指示の下で、お前たちをアオリン水集めに従事させるなら、外に出ても構わないとおっしゃった。
Okay, he said that if you were to, you know, go outside in service of collecting more ceruleum, then you would be, you know, that would be allowed.
だとしたら、ぜひ連れて行ってほしい。
Yeah,
この
then
まま何
please
もでき
bring
な
us
い
with
よ
you.
りいくらもいいからね。
It's better than staying here, not doing anything.
本当に変な奴らだな。
Yeah, you all really are strange. Wow! So they're clearly setting this guy up for a face turn. So notice what they did in the Japanese. You have imperial citizens who seemed friendly on the surface, but then turned on you. And now you've got an imperial soldier who seems hostile and is clearly going to warm up to you. They're doing a flip there. So Alfino in the Japanese said, like, yes, we would like to do anything that we can to help you. It's better than staying here doing nothing. And here he says, wow, you all really are strange. You're all very odd. In the English, this line is, sigh, you lot are more trouble than you're worth. When clearly, this line in Japanese is him having a moment of, like, self-doubt of being like, hey, maybe these guys are actually being genuine. And notice he, like, shakes
まあい
himself
い。
out of
お
it.
前たちがそのつもりなら存分に働いてもらう。
You know,
支度をしたら
if
出
that's
発
what
す
you want
る
to
ぞ。
do, then like we'll put you to work. You ready? Let's leave. Oh God. Yeah, that's... Yeah, like, warm days are long gone, you know, like, that's like
良さ
happy
そうだな。
days, warm
では
days.
これより、帝都の中心地、ウルバニッシュマ区に赴き、青林水を収集する任務を開始する。
Yeah, let's go. We're gonna go to the center of like, the heart of the capital and collect,
最初の
cerulean.
探索場所は、テルティウム駅の北西にある公園、フォルムソリウスだ。
The English for this quest is his park materials. What the fuck are you talking about? What does that even fucking mean? All of the Japanese titles for this quest sequence have been bleak, cold, oppressive. Right? It's been like, you know, Frozen. The quest name for the previous one was like the cold, frigid station. It's a book pun. Oh, fuck off, bro. Fuck off. It felt like something like that, but like the Japanese name for this title, for this quest is very evocative. It like radiates sadness. Okay,
任
we're
務
gonna
中は
go
勝手
for
な
the
行動をせ
sodas.
ず、俺の指示に従うこと。分かったら、黙ってついてこい。
Not a big fan of look. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Let me speak to the people. They need to hear this. Not a big fan of the government. God, perfect video. You know, you're not to go off on your own. Follow my instructions. You understand? You know, be quiet and follow me. The thing is, though, is that, again, like I always bring it up, but it's not the concept of localization that's the problem. It's incompetent and emotionally underdeveloped, like, you know, emotionally stunted morons. Just kind of doing whatever they want and hiding behind the concept of localization as a shield. Like, tons of these lines are things that you need to properly localize in order to make them have the same impact. Like, you can't do the same sort of trailing off that they do in Japanese where they drop a subject. Like in that, or like a verb, in the section where, like Alpino said, you know, he didn't say the word fear. You know, when he said like, Bakemono yori watashi tachi o ... or whatever. You know, you have to localize that to get the same impact, but that doesn't just mean you can do whatever the fuck you want. You have to actually try to maintain the tone, maintain information. Because the languages are different, and something that sounds good in one language or conveys a certain emotion in one language doesn't always convey the same emotion in another language. But you have to actually be trying. You have to be trying to maintain shit. And if you're going to change anything, it needs to be for a damn good reason. Like, you should always be going in with the preference towards not changing things. And you only change a line if it really doesn't work at all. Like if the concept just doesn't exist, or if they're, you know, they're phrasing something in a way that sounds completely ridiculous in the target language. But there's an equivalent expression that you can use in the target language that conveys the same emotion. But you know, like for an example, the thing in Charlayan where they said we're all in the same boat, and clearly the usage of the word boat was important. You don't change that. You don't change that. That was a very clear foreshadowing line, and then they changed it to be about eggs. Like, you don't fucking do that. That's bad localization. You are just bad at your job if you do that. Which is really what it boils down to. Localization is important, they're just bad at it. They're just really fucking bad at it.
これは公園とは思えないほど魔導兵器の残骸が転がっているね。
But like here, 公園とは思えないほど. Like this is a very easy example right here of localization. Like, you need to flip around these lines probably. Like there's so many weapons strewn about everywhere. It's, you know, it's hard to believe that this was ever even a park. You know, Alpino says it's hard to believe that it is a park, but in English you would probably say was. It would be more natural to say was. Yeah, 思えないほど. Like, it no longer serves the purpose, even if it technically still is, so you would probably say was. That's a little thing, but that would be totally fine. You could still go with an is, but it might sound a little bit more stiff. And let's look at the English here. In the Japanese, he says, like, there are so many, like, you know, so many weapons, like, strewn around. It's hard to believe that this was ever a park. The English says, to think this macabre graveyard for war machina was once a park. Alpino's line in the Japanese is very, you know, like, it's very blunt. He's not, like, waxing poetic or anything like that, necessarily. He's describing a bleak, devastated scene. He isn't saying macabre graveyard. What about this is macabre? It's not. You're just using the word macabre wrong. Like, it's literally, you're just using the word wrong. There are no bodies here. I can't believe this story you're telling me. It's macabre. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? God, that one has lived rent-free in my mind for years.
ここで一旦止まれ。
Wait here. And stop here for right now.
これがガレマルド
Was that a
の公
Gachi
園。
reference?
今は荒
Yes.
れちゃってるけど、
Dude.
ずいぶん広いのね。
Is there anybody who doesn't love Gachimuchi? Is there anybody? It's just, it is pure. Our emperor told us not to be ashamed of our third eye. Especially since they're such nice size and all. Damn, that's a good one. That's a good one. This is a park in Garlemald. It's like it's a mess right now, but it's big. You know, it's a
郊外に
large
は
park.
いくらでも空き地が広がってるが、寒い時期は特に必ずしも安全とは言えないからな。
Yeah, there are plenty of open spaces in the outskirts, but especially during the cold times, they're not always safe.
子供たちが遊んだり、ちょっとした交流の場として使うのに、市街地の公園は欠かせないんだ。
Yeah, city parks, metropolitan parks are, essential for children to be able to play, and it's a place for people to interact.
ここ、フォルムソリウスは、国フソルミカドの名を冠するだけあって、この辺りで最も大きな公園だ。
The Forum Sorius is named after the father of our nation, Emperor Sol. It's the largest park in the area.
もしかして、ここに放棄されている魔導兵器から青リン水を回収するのかい？
And so, are you trying to recover ceruleum from the abandoned Magitech weapons here?
いや、それはとっくに俺たちが済ませた。他にもめぼしい施設からは
we already did
回収済みだ。
Yeah, we've also gotten as much as we can from any prominent facility, any of the obvious
だが、
facilities
青リン
locations.
水が盗まれた今となっては、ほんの少しの取り残しでもあれば大助かりだ。
But now that the ceruleum's been stolen, even if there's a tiny amount remaining, it would be amazing.
公園には大した資源がないだろうと考えていたが、
I'm
今
kind of
回は
getting
改め
sloppy on
て
this.
徹底的な探索をしたいと思う。
He pretty much just said, even if there's even a little bit remaining, we'll take anything we can get. It's mostly just that they used the word macabre wrong. Describing this scene as macabre, you might describe it as desolate. Bleak. I'm trying to think of any other words here, devastated, somber. whatever you want to go with, but macabre is just wrong. There's just not a good usage for it. I mean, sad is a little bit boring, but even then, they didn't even use that term here. Alfino was just being pretty matter of fact with it. And that was sort of the point. I mean, it was still like, he was still musing. Like, you know, there's so many of these, like, weapons, the mechs and stuff strewn around you. It's hard to believe that this place was a park. It's so devastated. I didn't think that the park would have very much in the way of usable supplies, but... Or, like, we didn't think that the park would have much in the way of usable supplies, but... You want to go over it once more and do a more thorough investigation.
了解だ。早速探し始めるよ。
Understood. Let's begin the search. Oof. Oh, hey. Yo. Nice. That's one. Okay, let's see the map. Damn, this place would
フ
be
ォルムソリウ
nice.
スの地図が掲示されている。公園のシンボルにいくつかの遊具や池、これで見る限り燃料を使っていそうな箇所はない。
Okay, a map of Florosorius. Yeah, like the similar map shows like places with ponds, you know, play equipment. Doesn't seem like anywhere that you would store ceruleum. Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna have just like propane tanks and shit lying around in a park. Bunch of jerry cans.
大破した魔導兵器の残骸が転がっている。ユルスの言っていた通り、すでに燃料は抜き取られているようだ。
Remains of a, yeah, wrecked Magitech weapon strewn on the floor. Yo said the ceruleum's already been drained from it. Let's see what Olfino has to say.
公園で燃料を必要とする場所か。アオリン水を日常的に使うことがないから想像がしにくいね。
Is there a place in this park that would need fuel? You know, we don't use ceruleum in our day-to-day lives, so it's hard for me to imagine. Or, no, rather, that was like, is a park somewhere that would need, like, fuel.
ユルスはこちらに気づいていないようだ。遠い記憶をたどるようにぼんやりと人工池を見ている。
Oof. Julius doesn't seem to notice you. As if, like, yeah, tracing or following distant memories, he stares, like, absently over the artificial pond. Oh, hey, a slide.
魔導滑り台ではなく普通の滑り台のようだ。まるで信じられないことだが変形も射出もしないらしい。
Okay, that's pretty fun. Yeah, a magical slide. No, it's just a normal slide. You know, like, unbelievable as it may be, it doesn't, like, transform or, like, shoot beams or anything.
この岩が公園のシンボルみたい。それ
This,
ミカドの公共広場
like
なの
boulder
に
is the
彼の像じゃない
middle
の
of the
ね。
park. It's the like park of it's Emperor Soul's park basically, but you know it's not a statue of
湧いて
him.
る水が何かに効いたりするのかしら。あるいは、それこそ、ソルテーが腰掛けた場所だとか、青リン水は回収できないでしょうけど、ちょっと気になるわ。
Yeah, like is a fountain, you know, was like water coming out of this? Or yeah, like does the water coming out from this have some sort of like special property, or is this the like a resting spot for the emperor? You know, it doesn't seem like there's any ceruleum though. I saw the last one, but oh, there it is. I forgot. Gazing macabrely at the macabre view. So macabre. Corn on macabre.
ここは売店だろうか。ガレアン人が使うにしてはカウンターが低く感じる。子供たちが遊びに使う場所なのかもしれない。
Is this some sort of like booth kiosk? The counter feels quite low for, you know, Garleans to use. This might be a place for like children to play. Yeah, it's like a little make-believe house room area or something.
中を見渡したが、装置らしい装置はついていない。ここから青リン水を回収することはできないようだ。
Yeah, there's nothing, no place to get ceruleum from. Who up corning they gob? OMG me. Hey man, what are you thinking about here? You mind telling me about all of your trauma?
ああ、お前か。何か収穫があったのか？
Oh hey, did you find anything? Find any ceruleum? Any luck? I'm assuming that, you know, this
すま
park
ない。
has
許す
memories
殿。
of
こ
his
ちらも青
family
リ
or
ン水を
something.
見つけられなかった。
I'm sorry, Yurusu, we weren't able to find any ceruleum.
そうか。予想はしてたが、簡単には見つかりそうにないな。
I see. You know, just like I thought it's going to be difficult to find any.
ねえ、あなた、さっきからずっとその池を見てたわよね。何か気になってるの？
Hey, you've been, you know, staring at that pond for a while. Is there something on your mind? Or is like, you know,
いや、
it is,
そういうわけじゃ。
you know, something about it? Like, 気になってる? I mean, yeah, is there something on your mind would probably work, but it's like, you know, is there anything about it that's 気になってる is, you know, like, is there anything that's bothering you? Is there anything that you've noticed? Something on your mind, etc.? Like, no, that's
ただ思い出してた
not
んだ。
that. It's just
昔、妹と弟を連れ
Okay,
て
yeah.
ここに遊びに来てたことを。
I just remembered. You know, I used to, you know, bring my little brother and sister here to play.
この池は凍らないように温水を循環させてるんだ。だから寒い時ほど妹たちはそこに手を突っ込みたがった。
Huh. Yeah, the pond had warm water circulating to prevent it from freezing over. Yeah, so when it was cold, my sister and brother all the kids would come here to like, dip their hands into it to warm up.
けど、大抵服をどこか濡らすものだから、帰った時に俺まで一緒に 母さんに怒られたんだ。風邪をひいたらどうするんだってな。
Yeah, but yeah, like if I would bring them home with their clothes wet, you know, get yelled at by my mother. My mom would get mad at me, you know, saying what would happen if they you know caught a cold, things like that.
温水
Yeah, heated water, you know, warm water.
許す殿、池の水を温める仕組みに青リン水が使われていたりはしないだろうか？
Yurusu, did the yeah mechanism to heat the water in the pond use ceruleum?
言われてみれば、確かに、窓岸らしき大人が池の底にある開閉口を開いて、青リン水タンクを交換してるのを見たことがあるな。
Yeah, now that you say it, most likely, yeah, I've seen, you know, like, someone, you know, adults looked like, Magitech engineers. Or, you know, like, machinists, etc. Like, changing out the wait, no, there literally was just a propane tank here. Like changing out the ceruleum tank at the bottom of the pond.
だが、見ての通り、水はひどく濁ってる。戦闘に巻き込まれるか何かして、循環装置が止まったんだろう。
But as you can see, yeah, water is extremely muddy now. You know, dirt, filthy. Maybe it got, like, damage in the fighting and the pumps stopped.
さすがに俺も開閉口の位置までは覚えてないからな。探すとしたら手探りになるが、この寒さの中でそんなことをするのは自殺行為だ。
Yeah, just let's go. Yeah, and of course, yeah, even I don't remember where that, you know, the hatch was. And if I were to try and look for it, like if I were trying to you know, search around blindly through the mud in this sort of cold, that would just be suicide.
循環装置が止まってる以上、池の水は暖かくないからな。加えて、今日のこの気温、服を濡らせば、風邪どころの話じゃ済まない。
Yeah, since the pump system is stopped, the water in the pond isn't being heated anymore. And with the weather being the way that it is, you know, you wouldn't just catch a cold.
許す、あなた、魔法を見るのは嫌じゃない？
Yuris. Like, would it bother you to see some magic?
魔
Or
法
do you hate
まあ、
seeing
大愛軍
magic?
団にも、他と比べると、数は少ないが、属種上がりのヒガレアン人がいるからな。
Yeah, well, you know, there's, you know, in the First Legion, there's fewer than others, but you know, there are like provincials who have come to you know, join the, yeah, there are provincials who have attained Garlean citizenship.
よかった。だったら決まりね。
All right, then it's decided.
アルフィノは大急ぎで焚き木を集めてきて、火は後で私がバルファイアでもぶちかますわ。
Okay, Opino. Yeah, Opino, go hurry, get some firewood. Yeah, and I'll light it up with wildfire.
わかったよ。君を止めるのは難しそうだし、せめて大急ぎでよく燃える焚き火を集めてこよう。
Understand? Doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to stop you, so I'll get to work on finding some good firewood quick.
お前、まさか池に入るつもりなのか？
Wait, you're not really planning on going into that pond, are you?
まさかの何も当然でしょ。その青リン水を震えながら待ってる人たちがいるのよ。
Yeah, of course I am. You know, there are people like freezing cold, shivering, waiting for us to get that
私
cerulean.
だって寒いのが好きなわけじゃないけど、体を温める方法はあるし、あなたに許可ももらった。だったらやらない理由がある？
Yeah, you know, it's not like I like being cold, but you know, I've got a way to, you know, I can warm myself back up, and you know, I've got your permission. Is there any reason why I wouldn't?
それは、いや、だが。
But that's
あなたはどうする？
yeah, what are you what about you? Let's go. Okay, help you out just like always. Hey, ma. Oh, yo. Amazing. Let's you know, let's split the duty. You know, it'd be bad if you were to get a fever. I'm just gonna go with like, yeah, let's do it. Whatever, fuck it.
無理はしなくていいからね。
The bottom option is just like, alright, fuck it. Let's go. Yeah, you don't have to push
手伝って
yourself.
くれようとしてる気概を感じたわ。お互い風邪をひかないうちに見つけましょう。
Okay. The whole if you get cold, you catch a cold thing bothers me immensely, but I'm gonna push it aside. Let's go. It's not even that deep.
つめた。早く見つ
Oh, it's cold. I mean, it's gonna be the furthest away one.
手探りで池の底を探したが、開閉口らしき。
Okay. Very, very cold. Nothing. It's gonna be either... It's gotta be one of the furthest away ones.
池の底に何か取っ手のようなものがある。
Found something. Wow, there's nothing in my hand. Yeah, there's
開
nothing.
閉口を見つ
They
け、
didn't
循環
build-
装
they
置
didn't
の青
make
リン
it.
水タンクを回収した。
They didn't make a bottle. Okay, found the hatch. Propane tank acquired. Okay, they're
しか
doing
し
it as a
濡れ
bit.
た体に極寒の風が吹きつける。許すに回収したタンクを渡し、早く温まろ
Ah, dude, I did that thing where you stretch and then like you feel something catch underneath your ribs. Ah. It's over for me. Go on without me. I'm not gonna make it. Okay, it's over now. I'm fine. God, that sucks though. Frigid wind blowing through your soaking wet body. Gotta go warm up.
見つけたの？
Oh no,
も
it's
しかし
back.
てアオリン水タンクが見つかったのか？
Oh, it's back. It isn't a stream where I'm not dying for something, dude. Very true. I gotta stand up for a second, actually. You know, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Also to stretch. Be right back. God, this is a pain in the ass. Well, actually in the ribs, but you know what I mean. You found the cerulean tank. Oh wait, so they made a 2D image for it, but not a 3D model.
そう、これだ。間違いない。
This
さすが
is
に
it.
簡単じゃないが、まだ中身が残ってる。やったぞ。
It's not full, but there's still some left. You
あ、
did it.
そうだ。焚き火の準備。俺は A とアルフィノを手伝ってくれ。
Yeah, firewood. I'll get to, or yeah, setting up the bonfire. I'll help Alfino.
Ha, 生き返った。服もだいぶ乾いてきたわ。
Ikikaeta. Yeah, again, this is a localization moment. Where ikikaeta here is something that people often say when, you know, you're warming up or you're like, you know, you just got comfortable. It's technically saying like, oh, I'm back to life, right? But you don't say that in English, so you gotta localize this. And there are many different ways that you could do so. You could go with like, oh, I can feel my, I can feel my toes again. Something like that. Like, you just have to go with a line that is something that Alize would say if she was speaking English. I would probably go with something like, oh, I can finally, like, you know, feel my fingers again. You know, my clothes are dried out more or less. And my clothes are pretty much dry now. Let's check the official English TL. The official TL for this line, a very normal Japanese expression in this sort of situation is, call me an Uldahan because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. Do you see how fucking long that is? It's always so goddamn long. That's what the EN localization team did. Call me an Uldahan because by fire I am reborn. By fire be purged, die insect, etc., etc. I hate it here.
アオリン水を探してくれたことには感謝するが、 行動を起こす前にもっとしっかり相談してくれ。
I'm very grateful for you finding the cerulean, but please, before you take action like that, talk to me about it first.
お前たちは派遣団との交渉材料なんだぞ。こんなことで病気にでもなられたらクイントゥス様になんて報告していいやら。
Yeah, it's like you're our bargaining chip. Yeah, for negotiations with the contingent. The next quest is the thing that Michael was ranting about. Yeah, if you were all ready to get, sick from something like this, I don't even know what I would say to Quintus.
まあ、いいじゃない。オレオのおかげで、ちゃんとアウリン水も見つかったんだし。
Whatever, it all, all's well that ends well. It's fine. And thanks to them, we were able to find some cerulean.
時に、
I would go play again. It all, it all
幼い
worked
時に
out.
この公園に遊びに来ていたということは、君はガレマルドで生まれ育ったのかい？
By the way, Eurus, you said that you came to this, like, you would often come to this park when you were young. Were you born and raised in Garlemald?
許すでいい。軍属でもないお前に、
Yeah,
剣なんて言われ
sir,
ると、かえってからかわれてる気
Yeah,
分
you
に
could
な
just
る
call
か
me
らな。
Eurus. Again, this is they're going with honorifics. You could have just have him call him like Sir Eurus the whole time, and he just says, just call me Eurus. Eulis. Someone... for someone like you who's not in the army to be calling me sir, feels like you're making fun of me.
お前の言う通り、俺は帝都出身だ。父が若い頃に功績を立てて、町の片隅に土地をもらった。そこで家族揃って暮らしてきたんだ。
And yeah, I grew up in the Imperial capital. Yeah, my father, when he was young, like, they use the term of, like, he had, provided distinguished service, like, at a major accomplishment. And received, land in the corner of the city. That's where we all lived.
ガレマルドはどんな町だったの？
What was Garlemald like as a city?
ガレアン人の誇りだった。
It was the pride of all Garleans. It was...
この土地の
Yeah,
冬
it
は
was
長
our
くて厳しい。
pride.
そんな中で暮らしていくために作り上げられた帝都は強くてとても暖かかった。
Winters here are long and harsh. And the capital here, built to... so that we could live somewhere as inhospitable as this was, strong and warm.
息まで凍てつくような日でも家に入ればコートなんていらないんだ。
Yeah, even on days where like your breath would like freeze in front of you. Or like, even with days when it's like, you could feel like the frost enter your lungs or something like that. When you went home, you wouldn't even need a coat.
温かい食事と飲み物、甘い菓子をつまみながらの団らん、そういうのがどこの家にもあった。親類だけじゃなく、友人や同僚も同じように迎えたんだ。
And there'd be like warm food and drink. You know, and everyone like, you know, everyone would like sit around, you know, together, snacking on sweets. You know, it was like that in every home. Yeah, you know, not just our own families, we would, you know, like welcome friends and like co-workers, colleagues.
通りを歩いていても窓明かりや扉が開く
You
のを
know,
見
it's
る
like
たび
there's a lot of
自分が
hospitality.
帰る場所のこと、その温度や匂いを思い出すから寒くはならない。
Yeah, like when you were walking down the street, you would see windows and doors open. You know, like knowing that you always had a like it would remind you of your own home. Like that warmth, the you know, like it would remind you of the warmth, the smells. Like, you know, home cooking, warm tea, etc., etc. You know, you would never feel cold. It's talking about warmth both
そうしてい
physically
る
and
う
in
ちに
terms of
短い夏が来るんだ。今は氷に覆われてる大地が青々とした草原になる。
Remember the name of the quest? Like, those warm days are long gone? Where it's the word warm is doing double duty, both in English and Japanese? Because Japanese does the same thing of like atatakai, meaning both physical, like temperature warmth, but also warmth of character, of reception. It works in both ways. They changed it to a book title reference or whatever. Whereas in the Japanese, you go, oh, that's why they called it, that's why the quest was called this. Like, those warm days are long gone. Or like, you know, warm days are far away. Whatever you wanted to go with for that. Story and themes are boring anyway. Yeah, I mean, who fucking needs them, honestly? When you can just have heckin', you know, Speech 100 references and, like, big chunkus jokes. Who needs, like, themes and writing quality and, like, emotions and shit? That's dumb. And, like, in the midst of all of that, we would have, like, you know, a brief summer would come. And, like, the land covered in snow would, like, become a verdant grassland.
とても気持ちがいいんだ。高い建物のさらに上、遥かな空から日差しと風が注いでいた。
It was so nice. You know, from far above the buildings, you know, yeah, from like above the buildings in the, from the faraway sky, you know, sunlight and rain would like drift down. Or like, you know, we would be bathed in like in sunlight and rain. Or something like that.
あの程度を取り戻すためには、俺たちでテロフォロイを打倒する必要がある。
In order to take back, you know, the capital we once had, we must defeat Terraforoi.
そのために辛抱するんだ。なんだって。
That's why we need to endure, no matter what happens. Wow, look at the quest name showing up right here. Now that you've got more context for why the quest name is such. Yeah, dude, the source material is so dry. Yeah, let's check out the English a little bit. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find just to watch the sunrise made up. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come, we just need to hold on a little longer. Why the fuck would he start going on about like a defeatist, all of our friends are dead, we'll never get that back, when in the Japanese he said like, this was the city that we loved, and we, like, you know, to get it back, we need to do what we're doing? Yeah, and then the quest name would show up, his park material. What does that have to do with the fucking quest? Again, bro. Basic human empathy. Like, can you put yourself into someone else's shoes for a fucking second? So the next quest is apparently the one that's like real bad. I don't know. Let's see what the name of the quest is. Oh no. Don't stupid jokes actually break the mood they're going for here? Yes, always. Tail furuasete. Oh jeez. This is like, I'm not entirely sure what you would go with for this, but it's like, you know, trembling hands. No, it's not hands off, it's like trembling hands. And this is called no good deed in English. Like, you get you see what they're going for in the Japanese. All of these quest names are relating to things that happen within the quest that you don't know about at the start of the quest, but then make sense within the context of the quest later. Like, Teo Furuasete here. I'm not entirely sure what they're referring to, but it sets a stage. It paints a picture, even if you don't exactly know what they're going for. But like, you know, trembling hands. It's not, you know, it's got the connotation of like cold, shivering, but also potentially a, like, Teo Furuasete here also could be, you know, like shaking with fear, right? So, that's like 4 hours on the
私の
dot.
方はだいたい乾いたわ。
Yeah, okay, I'm good. More or less dried
私の
off.
焚き木拾いも上手くなったものだろう。降雪地帯でよく燃える焚き木を見つけるにはコツがあってね。今日はついに許すに教える側にな。
Olfino is very proud about gathering firewood. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, to instill fear. Well, yeah, because it's furuwasete. Like the causative there. But, you know, that makes me excited. I want to know what happens. The problem is that if you don't know what the directionality of the thing that is causing the tremor is, you can't really give a TL, so I would need to know context. But, like, the Japanese writing is... None of what they're doing is... You know, I don't want to downplay, because I do think it's very good. But none of what they're doing is, like, all that ridiculously complex from a storytelling standpoint. It's pretty, like, this is bread and butter literature. You know, contrasting themes, mirrored characters, foreshadowing, etc. You know, you've got the civilians who, like, would rather die than accept your help because they're afraid of what you'll, like, of what your actual intentions are. You've got the soldiers here who won't accept your help because they're afraid of what you'll, like, demand from them in return. You had the civilians who, like, seem, you know, friendly on the surface, but then secretly betray you. And then you've got a soldier who is openly hostile and then warms up to you. And has his, like, you know, bias, reevaluates his bias. But all that shit's just gone in the English in favor of flat garbage and dumb jokes. Like, I don't understand what the target audience is for the English version necessarily. Other than, I guess, like, people with, like, stunted development. You know? Like, okay, so that's basically gonna do it for me for this one. And we're gonna do Metaphor tomorrow and Friday over on my brother's channel, Japan Day Tripper. But to tie that in, like, this game's translation I think is still worse, because there's just, like, the willful changes that they've done here are genuinely disgusting, like, abhorrent. But Metaphor is just, like, not a professionally translated game. Like, it's just shockingly incompetent. You know, and it's... I do still think that this is worse, but man, they're actually closer than I thought they would be. In terms of lack of quality. I'm genuinely... like... I'm dreading some of the upcoming Metaphor stuff. Because I can just tell already that they're gonna fuck up a lot of things. Like... The mistakes that they make in the Metaphor translation, just the straight up mistakes, are literally unbelievable. And I'm not even slightly exaggerating. I'm saying, like, if somebody showed me the Japanese text and the supposed translation, I would not think it was real. Like, I would think that they were making it up. Did you get to the dungeon? Yes. Yeah, there's a big ass dungeon. There's a lot of very important stuff in there. And so that should be a whole lot of fun. And apparently next time on Sunday for Final Fantasy, it's going to be a very important one. I really just want to see Xenos again, though. I want to see Xenos again. When do I see Xenos? And also, I really want to get a actual, I want to get an ether right here, because right now I've got no means of getting here quickly again. The next one is a big quest. Oof. And then there's 3 quests before the dungeon. Nice. But yeah, I mean, like, I just looked back over a little bit more of, Ulyss, whatever, his speech about the park. And, they didn't do any of it. They basically didn't do any of it. Instead of saying that the park, like, you know, Garlemald was the joy, the pride of every Garlean, it just said it was everything you could ever imagine and so much more. They did not actually... They didn't actually accurately translate the point about the warmth. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Instead of him saying, like, you know, this place was built to survive, like, an inhospitable, frozen north, but our homes were so warm you didn't need to wear a coat inside. Like, that was the point. Was that it was so warm that they could forget where they were. They just got rid of that. Like, that's the actual, you know, somber, wistful nature of what he was saying. Like, in the midst of the overwhelming cold that they're in right now, the homes that they used to have were so warm they didn't need to wear coats during the winter. Like, even on the coldest possible days where you could, like, you know, just breathe, like it hurt to breathe outside, you would go into your home, and it was like the cold was just, it's like it never existed. And then they just didn't translate that, because I guess emotions are dumb. And walking down the street, seeing all the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. They just didn't go with the whole memory thing there at all. Like, bro. The Japanese actually got to me there. It's like, he's being very genuine and describing it in a way that very accurately paints the picture of what it was like, and everything that he's talking about is about, like, the human element. And I cannot fucking believe the... Like, they translated, yeah, this line here. Like, in order to take back the capital that we knew, we need to take down Teroforoi. You know, Teroforoi must fall. They replaced all of that with never again, those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come, we just need to hold on a little longer. When again, in the Japanese, it was... like, so that's why we have to endure. Like, no matter what happens instead. Why the fuck would this guy suddenly just say and admit, it'll never come again, all of our friends are dead? He wouldn't say that. He wouldn't admit that. That's not what that's not what people who are in these sort of situations say. Like, if you were to admit that, if you were to admit that the city is gone, all of our friends are dead, the buildings are all rubble, then what's he doing anything for? There's no point for him to be holding on anymore if there's no hope. And he said, you know, it's not reclaim a fraction of what we once had, it was to bring back the city. The warm city where everyone was, you know, so kind to everyone else, where, you know, every door was open. The warmth of the city. To bring that back, we need to hold on. You know, he says we need to hold on, we need to endure. And look, you're in the cold, so it's to bring back the warmth, you know, to go back to that warm city, we need to endure the cold. No matter what happens. It's just... I don't understand it, man. I don't understand how you could see any of these lines and see these descriptions and not, like, and still just be like, eh. Yeah, I don't give a shit. You just have to be a level of detached that's actually, like, worrying. And seriously, man, calling this quest his park materials is just fucking insane. But yeah, that's actually gonna do it for me this time. Well, I mean, it's not even it's not even a Japanese thing to write sympathetic enemies or sympathetic villains or whatever. That's just basic writing. That's just basic literature. You know, like having characters that are on the enemy side be sympathetic is just pretty much like normal. Yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't go as far as to say that, like, Western stories are all, you know, pure black and white, blah, blah, blah. I would say that bad stories are like that. You know, but... like, metaphor just baffles me. Final Fantasy XIV often... looking at the English makes me sad. You know? It sucks. So anyway. After the third time now, I'm actually going to end the stream. And hopefully... tonight get the damn frog suit if the fucking fate pops at an actually reasonable time. God damn it. But yeah, I'll see you guys on, you know, like tomorrow, Friday, potentially, and, Sunday, of course. Thank y'all for stopping by. I'll see you next time. Peace out.